S2E17. Welcome back, guys. We are back in our traveler road trip. You guys have recently gotten into a bunch of shenanigans. I'm going to try to recap New Home and Sturgeon's Law. It's kind of like a one story recap, even though they were two different sessions. And you guys are going to help me fill in the blanks. So you guys went to New Home, bright shining gem of the islands, where all the shiny glittery stuff fascinated you guys and you loved it. You played some micro heroes and you solved a whodunit murder mystery. You then grabbed a hold of a convoy contract and fought pirates, in quotation marks. They were really bounty hunters searching for you guys, but according to the convoy, they were pirates, which means you're going to get a bonus at the end of this convoy. Making a jump into Sturgeon's Law, you refueled. You then took the jump into another intermediate area, and you guys have just come out of jump space after a week of being in jump space. Why does Epidemic do that to me? Just switch to some incredibly inappropriate music, even though I've already told it what mood we are. Anyway, so you had like a psionic event. There was like this shimmer around the ship, and as each of you had a dream, you found that Annika was in it with like glowing purple eyes, only briefly and only for a moment. And many of you, and I'll let you actually decide for yourselves, won't necessarily remember that dream. I'll let you decide for yourself whether you are one of those people that remembers your dreams or not, because that seems to vary from person to person. But if you do remember your dream, you might fleetingly remember that she was in it, but you won't remember the details. As you come out of hyperspace, as you come out of jump space, not hyperspace. Hyperspace is a whole different thing. Who's going to be on the bridge? I know you guys have like a standard order of operations you like to do for coming out of jump space.
I will definitely be on the bridge.
Okay. Also, did I miss anything that really important in my recap that someone is like, man, you absolutely have to cover that at the beginning of this session?
We had combat. The combat was great.
You had combat. Yes, you did. You fought them space pirates.
Yeah, we did very well. Two ships with missiles and possible boarders.
Yes, you also took hull damage on your ship.
That's true. Yep, I've got that. We need to fix the hull. Luca loves the ship cat. He tried to pet Raymond. And those are two very important things. I probably remember riding roller coasters with Annika, but I don't remember like the craziness because of it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, okay.
Okay, those are good points. Anyone else have points other than trying to pet Ray? Because Ray's trying to forget being petted.
My brother won me some money fighting a robot.
Oh yeah, K62 and we were training.
That's right. That is a true story. I completely forgot that, and that is important. You started sparring with K62, who you have partially reprogrammed to be proficient in melee combat. K62 is capable of wearing a modified version of human armor that bolts on instead of him actually wearing it. And it's in his recharge booth. So that's a thing that you guys would probably have discovered. I think I mentioned it slightly last time that he had been modified with extra armor. It is removable so that he can look like a normal crew droid. Well, he is a normal crew droid, really. But he also has basically a combat mode, which should probably include a preferred melee weapon, if you guys want to give that some thought, because I don't think you specified what type of melee he was going to be proficient at.
Blade. Can I give him one of my... I have ceremonial like katana.
Yeah, you can give him something specific if you want that to be his weapon of choice.
Or just a giant axe.
We should give this guy a two-handed claymore. But yeah, an axe would be cool too. Great axe. Yeah, we've just been studying the blade, so it's probably easiest right now for me to give him a katana, but a great axe would be a really cool idea.
I've always been partial to a flail.
Flails are neat.
Well,
You guys are on the bridge. I'll be in the mechanics areas, engine rooms.
all right. Homer's going to be in his sandcaster turret. Annika's going to be in the recreation area doing her weird meditation thing that you guys still aren't completely sure what that is. And of course, Junkrat will have to be in the engine room.
Somebody's got to do things.
Okay.
And I'll be on the bridge as well.
I think that's everybody. Kizik, did you get a chance to do a check?
Just a second.
Okay. Alrighty, so you guys are going to jump out of jump space. And would you guys prefer if I... Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to give you the option. I'm going to use the sideboard to put our starfield down. And the reason that I'm doing that is because I want you guys to still have... I want you guys to still have access to the blueprint of the ship, so you guys can run around the ship. And it's just easy. Do it that
Can
way.
you put it here in the top corner, or is that not going to work?
Well, we can put it a bunch of different places. Where do you guys want it? Do you want it here in the over this area? I could also.
I just think it makes it more centralized, but whatever.
Closer is better. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't think it was exceptionally far away what it was, but I can absolutely move it.
It's not that far.
Yeah, I really didn't think that was a big deal, but we can do that. I actually think this might be a bigger deal to do this. Because it's going to be an issue now. I got to resize everything, and cards got to get moved. And if you click the wrong thing, it's going to pop up over top of it, so things have to get locked. Yeah, no, all those things that just moved. That's changing things that are important. This has to stay here, so it's got to be locked. Okay, I've got to do something about Epidemic, which does not understand the concept of space discovery.
We have made things way more difficult, as usual. Go team. Good job.
Another successful interaction.
We are the best.
But we have also created a map. I've borrowed the token from the sideboard that has your hull point deduction already on it. Go ahead and give me a sensor check there, Mr. Thodubs.
All right, sensor check. We rolled a 9.
Okay. You detect space squids. You don't know what they are.
Hey guys, we found some space squids.
What do you mean space squids? Are we
Like-
familiar with animals like this?
Negative. You never. Well, like this broadly, yes, but these specific ones, no. Like
Okay.
you know that there are things that live in space.
And that look like squids?
No, that's where the like when you say like this, that's where I was like that line is mobile.
Yeah, so like, you know, ocean squids just floating in space, so like space squids. It's pretty freaky, but yeah, that's what it looks like.
I don't know if you've ever seen a squid that looks like that in the ocean, but if I did, I would run and look for the nuclear power plant it must have come out of.
That kind of a jellyfish-looking thing.
Luca goes, fuck, and sprints out of there and hops into his turret. You got him, Ray.
We don't know if they're dangerous. But
Do we know how big these things are? I mean, other than they're just there?
They are quite massive.
Gotcha.
So you are many, many kilometers away, and they already dwarf your ship.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Where's the rest of the flotilla?
The rest of the flotilla is here with you. They've all spun down, like they're all dropped out of drop space.
Well, I'm gonna
what's
get
new,
on.
Captain?
I'm gonna get on comms with our flotilla commander dude and ask him if, hey, you seeing these things?
So, okay, do you see these things? Yeah, perfect stranger, we can see them. Unknown what they are. If you have any scientific interest, go ahead and take a look. But other than that, we're not going to interfere with them.
Roger, thank you. Looks like the flotilla's staying clear of them, guys. I don't see any reason why we need to go interact with them unless you guys want to.
Oh, we could send the shuttle out.
It's a really tiny
For
shuttle
what
with
purpose?
yeah, like
I don't know, what are they? We get closer, we'd say hi.
you get closer and get stuck in those, I assume, agile-looking tentacle thingies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's
We have an ultimate mission. Luca, we have an ultimate goal, and it is not to be on National Geographic. Sorry, Universe Geographic.
Since Sodubs rolled such a good sensors check, and my assumption is that everyone would still be pointing sensors at it and watching it, he's going to have the cameras, the optical sensors pointed at it. They're close enough for that. And you're going to notice that they're expelling this blue mist that seems to envelop around them. It dissipates in the vacuum of space over a distance, but it definitely is interesting that they are sending out this mist. They're expelling some sort of plasma or gas.
Yeah, I'm not
That's
interested in
interesting.
being around that crap. That's scary.
Or is that a new source of fuel? We don't gotta pay for fuel now.
Where are you getting that from? There's some weird octopus thing, and you're like, let's harness it for fuel? What are you going to do? Tie it to the front of the Perfect Stranger?
No, like we gotta scoop. Those things are huge. You just scoop in and get some fuel like we did from the last gas giant.
That's assuming that it's the right
okay,
type of
Captain,
gas.
it's up to you.
Hey, it's-
Yeah, I don't think we should fuck with these things.
I'll second that.
I haven't heard a compelling reason to go near these things yet.
Especially
I mean-
playing around with like space squid gas or something like that. I'm not interested in that. So
I mean, keep on the sensors. Junkrat's been doing this for a while. We knows anything, sees anything, has any ideas like she's been out in space for a while, so like she may have some useful information for us or ideas.
Okay. So your plan is to call Junkrat to the bridge?
My plan is to get on the announcing circuit and let everybody know that we've got large biological squid-like thingies, and if anybody has any ideas on why we should go investigate them, I would like to hear them. Otherwise, we're going to maintain formation with the flotilla and continue on smartly.
Okay.
What about Gigi? I think
That's what I
Gigi
was
might
on.
be able to supplies.
That's why I went on the announcing circuit, and so everybody was informed.
Oh,
All right. Let me make a few rolls. Perhaps you guys want to make a few rolls too.
G'day, mates. Today we'll be looking at the elusive space squid, also known as Trizzles.
You are going to hear something like that if you tune into the comm of the Shepherd's Picket boat, which has decided that it's one of your fellow escorts. Smaller, much smaller than the Perfect Stranger, but much better armed as it is specifically designed for this duty. It has flown out towards the gaseous cloud being emitted by the squids, and
we're little babies, so we're not going to get close enough to get squeezed. Let's see what happens to this boat.
so the Shepherd's Picket boat goes out there, and they move into the cloud, but they stop short of getting within arm's reach, as it were, of the squids.
Here we can see a couple of experts working very nicely in their picket boat.
The Shepherd's Picket boat, let's going to say they open comms, and they're going to say, "Hey, Perfect Stranger, this is the Raven. We are the Shepherd's Picket boat that's moved within the range of the gaseous cloud. I have some very interesting readings coming in from my sensors and from my sample collectors that are here, but I don't have a fuel scoop. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind collecting a fuel scoop sample, maybe just a ton of this gas. It seems to have a lot of particulates in it."
See, that's exactly what I said.
I hate it when Luca's right.
So the full fuel scoops are over here on 14, right? Is it 14?
Yes, that is correct.
Where does the fuel go? Like if we scoop this?
By default,
goes to-
it would go into the fuel processors, which is also part of this mechanism area, but it would try to dump it into the fuel tanks. You'd have to reroute it to dump it into one of your empty cargo holds. Also, he wants the particulates, which are the things that it would naturally be trying to filter out. So you'd want the discard filters. Basically, you want the crap filters.
Yeah, we'd want to remove all the filters and just suck it all in.
Yeah. Or
Junkrat and I should...
or you'd want to pump it back out into
Sorry.
space and just take the filters. That would be Junkrat's suggestion.
Junkrat and I can change out the filters now with clean filters. We'll collect all the particulate on them, and then we'll swap them back out.
So just
with
drive
our old-
the fuel scoops open, drive through it, but shut the valves, allowing anything to move into the ship past the filters. It goes in the filters, out of the ship, particulate stays in the filters, we swap the filters out.
And then we can study the biology or whatever it is on the filter, right?
Yep.
We should all put gas masks on too, in case
Yep.
like it's some crazy fucking gas.
And we should figure out, so can we configure our words cargo bay to be a quarantine area for this particulate stuff, even though it won't be, like, the filters aren't going to fill up an entire cargo bay.
Can you? Yes. If you're asking the GM.
Should we? Well, Captain, I think we could scooch on up and get within that gas cloud first anyway, right?
Well, let's configure the ship first before we get into the gas cloud.
All right. Well, Junkrat and I will do the filter thing.
Roger.
Swap those out.
Raven, this is Perfect Stranger. We're reconfiguring our fuel scoops now. We'll be there shortly.
Acknowledge, Perfect Stranger. We are going to move in your direction. We seem to have attracted the attention of one of these things. And you notice that as the Raven moves away, very slowly, much slower than the ship, one of the Trizzles starts drifting towards the edge of the cloud, kind of like it's towards it. And of course, as it does that, because it's expelling the cloud starts moving.
Luke is kind of hanging out of the turret, like looking down, going, Captain, you want me flying or shooting?
Can I say both? I want you on the gun.
Got him.
What do these eat? Let's think about this for a minute.
Shepherds.
Do they
pickets.
feed? They
Yeah.
feed on other ships. They have to sustain themselves somehow.
Raven, this is Perfect Stranger. Can you... I want to see if they're following you for some reason before we enter this cloud. Can you hang a... I guess that's a left for you and drive this way and see if they're following you or they're coming after all of us.
Yeah, left to right isn't going to work because the tokens are... the tokens...
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know. The token shifts with your perspective.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay, fair enough.
so it's actually headed towards a Perfect Stranger, but it will still shift in that direction. And once again, very slowly, they will shift. They are following the picket ship.
Raven, this is Perfect Stranger. We're gonna scan your ship with what sensors we do have to see if there's any anomalies. Recommend you do the same.
Acknowledged. We are analyzing what little of the debris we were able to get from the filters. They have incredible properties. There's so many rare elements in this. Do advise you be careful with the scoops. Some of it is showing slight radioactivity, although the ship scientist says nothing dangerous at this time.
I think the 4 giant space squids that are following you potentially might be dangerous at this time.
I mean, we'll just jump away if they get too close.
Oh, that's a good point. Captain, you want me to go ahead and spool? And get an astrogation check and everything?
That's a loaded question, because in order to spool the jump drive, you have to divert power from other systems.
That is a loaded question. Raven, Perfect Stranger, have we informed the rest of the flotilla about your discoveries?
The flotilla has no interest in the scientific endeavor. We're just prospecting a little bit since we're here. The flotilla should be ready to jump in roughly 30 minutes. At the rate these things are moving, I don't think they could cover that distance in that time.
Understand.
So obviously this map is a little abstract.
A little bit.
Yeah. But it is worth noting that as you get closer to these Trizzles, these Trizzles are... So they're bioluminescent, and they have like what look like electrical bolts going inside their gelatin-esque frame. They are the size of a Dreadnought class capital ship. Many times the size
So cool.
of the Perfect Stranger. There are also bits of asteroid floating around here. You guys are only using cameras and what you have, but you could obviously tell that if you observe them for any amount of time, that you've already answered the question of what they eat. They seem to be like gnawing on the asteroids.
Interesting.
Is there anything special about those asteroids?
You'd have to collect a sample to find out.
Gotcha.
And are they like passing it into like a beak mouth in the tentacles somewhere in the middle?
So the asteroids do, like, a big chunk of asteroid gets pulled up into that maw, but you can't really see what's in there, and little smaller bits of asteroid come out.
Okay.
So some things to think about there, like without having any knowledge of what's in those asteroids, it may be, the minerals, that our ship's made of. So I'm still not convinced to go into this cloud, especially since the Ravens went in and went out and is being followed now. We also don't know anything about these things.
So your main scientific sensor are your telescopic cameras. Because you're asking very important questions that I'd love to give you information on, but what you really need to be doing is telling me where you're pointing those cameras. The sensor operator should be doing a lot of stuff and maybe a little bit of science work. I realize you don't have a onboard scientist.
Yes. Let's point those cameras at the creatures themselves, and looking for, like, how are they providing movement?
Ooh, good question. Okay, give me a sensors roll just to keep the tracking going, and I'll take a regular recon check from anyone watching the monitors. So basically, if Dodubs is operating the sensors, he's the camera operator, but the rest of you can still see what he sees.
I got a 12 on sensors.
Oof, that's magic. All right, so let's see if anyone can observe the thing.
I got a 4.
Can I add any characteristic to this recon?
You have to add a characteristic, but just intelligence as a general rule.
Intelligence?
Yeah.
Sweet, okay. I got a 9 then.
Okay, well, you're definitely going to see it. So the captain's asking how they move, and you see that one of them expel the little cloud thing and realize that is a form of propulsion. They let out little jet bursts, and they can do it from their tentacles or from their main body. They seem to have hundreds of little pores in which they can emit this to move around.
Captain, if I may propose an idea.
Anyway.
I would like, we could go in very, very close and scoop a little bit and do the filter thing, right? But if we need to go in further, I suggest we attempt to piss them off somehow. Maybe, shoot across their nose and see how they react before we go, super close. Throw a rock at the beast, so to speak. Poke it with a stick.
Contemplating.
What you say here is a sleeping Trizzle. Just wait till I shove me thumb up his ass.
Now, you said earlier that all of them were kind of moving in the same direction. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. They are currently moving very slowly towards the picket boat, which is kind of passing you by. So they're kind of heading vaguely in your direction.
Okay. I just wanted to check and I just wanted to make sure and verify that they were all going in the same direction. So, okay.
They seem to move as a herd.
Do we know what their speed is? Are we able to ascertain that through sensors or anything like that, or figure it out?
Very slow.
Very slow. Gotcha.
Well, I mean, if they're using thrusters of any sort, whether it's expelling gas or whatnot, it is space. So potentially they'd be able to continue speeding up. It would just take them a long time to do it.
That is correct.
Possible.
Which makes me ask the question, are they jump capable?
So, well, I'm not going to answer that question, but I will go back to Thodub's question of how fast they're moving, just in case you need it for some mechanical thing. In-game speed, they're moving at thrust 0.5.
What's our max thrust again?
1.
1. Okay. So they're slow, but they're not as slow as... They're not like holy crap slow.
So you said our max is 1? Is that what you just
Uh-huh.
said? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so they could suddenly lurch forward at a 4
Yeah,
for some unknown reason.
Some
a big
less
gas
inclined to
explosion
shoot
and
at
catch us
them.
up pretty quick.
All right, but I still think we should try to get some sensor data. Like, go in there and do the filter thing.
You
Okay.
want me to shoot it too, right?
No, I don't want you to shoot it.
Do we have any kind of drones or anything like that we could, like, head that direction? And I don't know.
Yeah, that was the launch. That was my other idea.
I mean, go let a robot do it instead of,
He's not going out there.
I don't.
No.
So they're following the Raven for some reason. Safe to assume that if we go in there and grab whatever it is, that they're going to start following us.
That's a good point. Maybe the Raven smells like food now, because it's been inside the food cloud.
But at the same time, we go nowhere if we don't go in there and actually, our sensors can't tell anything unless we go in there and get a particulate sample.
So, I was just checking the Shepherd picket boat to see what kind of stuff it had. Without going into too much detail, it has something called a shallow penetration sweep, meaning it can penetrate the outer layer of these things with its radar and get a little look at its structure on the inside. While it doesn't have a skeletal structure per se, a lot of the returns are showing chunks of what might be precious metals and valuable commodities coming from just underneath their skin. And the Shepherd picket boat is going to beam this information to you guys, be like, that's, we want a sample of what these things are extruding. Because if we can just scoop up, if you scoop up that filter and it comes out like you're panning for gold, well,
Yeah.
we would like a chunk of that. Also, these could be incredible commodities. Obviously, we would want to keep their position a secret. So, what do you think? We team up?
I want to farm these things.
I see your point. I'm still working on the cost benefits.
Mm-hmm. Captain Maddox of the Raven seems very unconcerned with the danger that you guys are concerned with, but you don't know this man very well. You probably would have interacted with him once or twice for coordination purposes. The equivalent of human int for our other system or psychology for Cthulhu or something would be really good here. But I'm not sure there's a good skill for it unless someone has psychology as a profession, which I highly doubt. I'm gonna go with investigate as the skill. To just if you want to roll as someone who has interacted or observed an interaction with Captain Maddox and get a little bit of his personality quirks.
And investigate would be with
For this I would actually pair it with social, and I know that's unusual, but you're reading him as a person.
Okay. I still got a 13.
That's really good.
I got nowhere near that.
What did you get?
A 6.
Okay, so
7. I got a 7.
So with you and Ghost conferring with each other, what you're going to come to the conclusion of is that Captain Maddox he's not an idiot, but he is perhaps overconfident in his ship's ability to handle combat scenarios. He is a man who is used to being able to blast a pirate out of space, handle danger. He's the adventurer that doesn't think twice about diving in, but it doesn't mean he's suicidal. So he genuinely believes these things are not a threat, or he wouldn't be putting his ship at risk.
He's also Australian and seems to know what these things are called.
You know what? He is now, that's canon. He is lore. He is Australian. And he has told you that they are called Trizzles.
He seems to know a little bit about them, Cap.
Roger.
This guy isn't like Ahab or anything, is he?
Watch the elusive Trizzle as it grazes the open plains.
Alright.
I think we need money, Captain. We should try it.
I agree. We need money, but we also need a ship. And my concern is just the, they're coming towards us for a reason, and I don't know what that reason is, and that concerns me. But go big or go home.
I'd say let the picket boat actually be our sacrificial lamb.
The pickup boat doesn't have the ability to get the sample.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I was gonna
If
say
it
let them.
concerns you, Cap, why don't you have the picket boat fly around the cloud and see if they completely change direction? You know, let's observe some behavior.
That's really good.
Raven, this is Perfect Stranger. Request you fly around them and get them heading towards you, and then we'll come in and fill up our scoops.
Perfect Stranger, to complete that maneuver will take us longer than the time that the convoy has allowed us before they have to jump again. If you want to ask the convoy to hold up for this little operation, they might be willing to give us some more time. But if not, I suggest you gather the sample and we run like hell.
That's a good point, too.
All right, on the announcing circuit, we're gonna go ahead and get this sample. Get on station to get the sample, and then rapidly jump out of here.
Okay, so I rolled for Junkrat. She has already finished reconfiguring so she's dumping the contents of whatever you scoop into a unused fuel tank. I believe you said 423 was unused at the moment.
Yes.
And she's going to run the filters too, but she's not going to expel the gas, figuring that it can be refiltered or examined further. So she's going to try, depending on how well you guys fly and how well you do, to collect a full 40-ton scoop of this thing. Now, it's very unlikely you're going to get the full 40 tons, but she's going to try to suck up as much of this as possible.
Roger.
How much time is that going to take?
Well, that's why it won't. That's the limiting factor. That's the time you have is the time you have. Like, how long you spend in there is up to you guys. Filling the whole 40 tons, that's something that in a gas giant, depending on what layer you go into, we would have different results. We did go really deep in depth of how long it takes to scoop in the last episode.
Ray, you ready for this?
Ray is Ray is like, yeah, I'm sure. Let's scoop up some squid juice. What could go wrong?
Yeah, right. All right. Here we go. Let's go get some squid juice.
Okay, so you got Ray piloting.
Yes.
That is fortunate. That's a +10. So he opens up the collector. Well, actually, I think opening up the collector is an engineering task. Let's have somebody from engineering do it. He flies the ship in and just plunges into the scoopable part.
That's me. It's me. All right. 12 total.
Excellent. Okay, he had a +2. You had a +4. That's a +6. All right, you get 6 tons in the first pass. The squids are... They are definitely changing direction. They were pursuing the Shepherd picket boat, but now they're definitely moving towards you at their half thrust speed. You are now, as they are moving towards you, you are now fully enveloped in the cloud.
Aiden, how fast are they turning?
That's a sensors check.
Definitely. Let me go ahead and do that. We got a 9 on sensors.
At your current rate of closure, because you're heading towards each other, because you're scooping, you'll be within arm's reach, in quotation marks, of the Trizzles in approximately 1 minute.
Alright, Ray, time to turn around and head back to our formation. Is the Raven still in the cloud with us?
The Raven is hauling ass back to the fleet.
Of course they are.
Would you like to keep the collectors open on our way back up?
Yep, if we're here, let's collect.
Okay, so give me one more engineering check, as the filters must be constantly changed. They are filling up so quickly that as Junkrat and Taylor are pulling the filters out. Actually, we're going to go ahead and say K62 is helping as well, and that will give Taylor a bonus.
Nice.
As you're pulling the filters out, like a sludge is coming out with the filter. Like you're pulling it out and it's dropping on the floor. The filters are completely full. Like for just a second of being in there, they're full.
Holy shit. All right, my engineering roll. Ooh, that was a good... it's going to be a 12. Let's see what the boost dice does. Yeah, 12.
Okay. That's enough of a plus that they are able to scoop an additional 4 tons. Actually, let me roll that. That is incorrect. Oh god. You guys go through a thick pocket. Like, it's so thick the ship slows down because it started to move through it. And you hear you hear Ray gunning the maneuver drive hard enough to almost make you cringe a little bit as he has to push through the sludge. But with that, you pull 20 tons. Like, you pull the filters, and it's like uncorking something, and it flows straight into the bay from the outside. And 20 tons fills the hold, plus the 6 tons for earlier, so you're up to 26 tons. And you guys pierce out the other side as Ray has now gunned the maneuver drive. And the outside of the ship, if those of you who can see the outside of the ship, notice that it is covered in this, it's almost like blue glitter. But it's almost like a slimy blue glitter on the outside.
That's on my little hull window, my turret window.
Oh yeah, it's completely covered the ship. You guys don't... Actually, the bridge has windshield wipers. The turrets probably would too. You guys can use windshield wipers to smear it off. It's designed for use in atmosphere, like during storms, but it's going to work for this.
That stuff's not clogging up our engines or anything like that, is it?
Your engines don't work like that. They don't have intakes.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Aiden, have they increased their speed at all?
Sensors roll.
I'll run a check. Got a 9.
Okay. No, that seems to be their maximum speed, but they are all moving towards you as fast as they can.
How far are we away from the fleet?
At your current rate of closure, I'll just use his last check. You are going to be at the fleet way before they do, and the fleet is ready to jump.
We can get ready to jump too. You still need to prep all that.
Yep. And we're pulling away from space squids
at a rate of half a thrust per turn.
You want me to shoot him now?
You can't.
No.
They're too far away.
We've got missiles.
That's true. You do have missiles. Missiles would be able to hit. But that beam laser is a point defense weapon.
Last time that we randomly shot things, we got our ship quarantined from space kitties.
But these definitely can't be cops, right?
Yeah.
No, but they might
That's all I need
follow
them
us
to-
forever.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I like to probably follow us forever.
It could also be a ancient sentient race that invented all the technology you use and now quietly observes the new sentients that are taking over and are they're so powerful as to be gods to you. You don't know. They could also just be space jellyfish.
The mighty Cthulhu.
Just giant space loot bugs. We got a bunch of gold and nitra in the bay, guys.
Oh,
Right.
wow. Yeah, nice.
Once we get back to the fleet, let's jump on to the next place.
Okay, you're gonna want to make your jump checks.
Yes. I will take over on sensors while you go and do all your astrogating things there, Aiden.
Copy, Captain. So, got a 7 on astrogation. I'd like to bump it up to an 8 player point if I can.
You don't need to, It's only
Oh, I
I
don't
need
need
a 4.
it's only needed 4
Gotcha.
to
Oh,
pass.
that's right. I forgot score. Gotcha.
And then he'd take the effect of that check. So your, whatever the difference between 4 and your number is, which in this case is 3, you pass on to the engineer when he makes the jump check. His jump check is basically him pushing the button and basically sucking all the fuel out of the side tanks, pushing it into the engine, and then executing the jump. There's also a incidental command that doesn't require a roll, which I've just put in here because we have a captain, where the captain can give the order to jump. But mechanically, it's not necessary.
Do I need to roll for how long the astrogation takes?
Actually, yes, it's 1d6 minutes, I believe, or is it times 10 minutes? I think it's 1d6 times 10 minutes.
I think it's
Roll
time.
really low.
So I'll go and roll for time then.
Give yourself a player point for being honest.
Oh, 20 seconds?
No, it's not seconds.
Oh, 20 minutes. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I'll just take that player point back then.
Okay. So you guys are going to arrive at the fleet. They're going to be ready to jump, and you're going to have like 10 minutes left on your calculations.
Awkward.
Fleet signals, perfect stranger, we're ready to jump.
Fleet will be ready in 10 minutes.
Acknowledge perfect stranger. Those entities are moving in this direction. We're going to jump now. Follow when you can.
Good call.
And with that, the ships start blinking out of existence.
Couldn't they have shared the math?
It's actually it's actually so precise that the distance between your ship and their ship will make the calculations different. However, there is a system where, like, if you have the right navigation software, you can do that. But you guys don't have anything close to that kind of coordination for a simple convoy jump. It's a military maneuver. You would be familiar with it because you and Luca and Aiden, and Holmes were all military. So you'd know that it exists.
Aiden was military too.
Oh, was Aiden military too?
I was. I just kind of flunked out of stuff.
So you guys would know it exists. You just don't know how it works.
Roger.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the sensors thing and see if I can determine how much time till we get back in the blue cloud of funness.
At the rate that they're at, they're going to be almost within tentacle range right about the time you're ready to hit the jump button. They're going to be roughly 5 or 6 seconds away from touching you right as you finish the calculation.
All right.
Ooh, drama.
Drama. Go big or go home. Do this.
Also, the Raven jumped with the fleet. They didn't stay behind.
No shit. They ran as soon as we went in the cloud. And then when we get there, they're going to be like, give us our money. But they don't know how much stuff we have, so.
Just give them a dirty filter and say, like, that's all we got. Sorry.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, gummed us up.
Okay, so the closest one gets right up to Perfect Stranger. It's reaching out with its 2 forward tentacles, and they are, as they get closer to the ship, you can see that the little lightning strikes that you can see within its flesh have rapidly intensified.
Uh-oh.
It's blatantly having, like, it's either it's attacking or it's having some sort of effect, or it's the ship causing the effect. All you know is that it was probably a bad idea if it grabs you. And then the little, ding happens, and Aiden's like, okay, it's done.
Jump.
I slapped the button.
And the Perfect Stranger warps, or blinks out into jump space.
Ooh, that was close.
You guys got all sorts of video data from it. Got all sorts of samples in this, 26 ton of squid gas sludge. You have... Oh, I forgot to roll that. You managed to replace the filter 9 times during that event. You have 9 clogged filters that they're dripping with this blue-purple sludge. Also, there's going to be visible flecks of various different materials in them. And you guys have a weakened jump space that I suggest you spend at least some of that time handling your new cargo. Don't everybody speak at once.
Writing stuff down.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm drawing. So we got 9 filters. Yeah, we'll definitely check this shit out.
I mean, the filters are the size of an air filter. They're not huge.
Okay. This is just relative.
Yeah. It's just your artistic interpretation.
Right.
So we have a cargo bay full of stuff, gassy, sludge, squid stuff, and 9 filters. Okay.
How many filters do we have left?
More than enough. On a regular basis, you wouldn't use more than 1 or 2 filters per refuel, and they are also a very common part. So there's a concept in Traveler that all ship parts are considered common for up to a certain point. So when you talk about things like filters and bolts and nuts and things like that, you guys carry a standard tonnage, and I had it written down. Do I know where it is now? Probably not, but I'll have a look. But you have a
I was
standard...
just asking. I figured it's not finite. I mean, it's a finite number, not infinite. So.
Well, I'm trying to explain how a game mechanics system works because you brought it up. So let's take a minute to go over ship spares. So every time you stop at a port, you would want to make sure that you have a certain amount of ship spares. I think I gave you guys 1 ton at the beginning of the campaign. Yep, there it is. 1 ton of ship spares. So 1 ton of your cargo, there's a box. There's like a sea shipping container, a small one that is just full of random shit like filters and nuts and bolts and light bulbs and toilet paper and, well, not toilet paper because that's a consumable, but you know what I mean, like just standardized ship spares, fuses, things like that. So this would come out of that. Well, every time you guys do maintenance, unless you say otherwise, I'm going to replenish those ship spares. With that said, if you're in combat or away from port for a long time, that's when that's going to, like, I don't normally take away from it, but like if you guys were jumping instead of civilization like you are, if you were jumping in the middle of nowhere, I would immediately be like, okay, well, those filters are going to diminish this many of your ship spares.
That makes sense.
So it comes into play when it's useful for it to come into play. Otherwise,
Right.
It's assumed when you do maintenance that you just replenish it. Like you buy light bulbs when you pull into port.
Right.
Or you put those filters in like Ziploc bags or something, right?
I wrapped them in tarps.
So just in the 2 engineering rooms, there's like a tarp, and we're kind of avoiding it.
I mean, they can't actually be where he drew them because isn't that still full of fuel?
That's the fuel we're using right now, yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
drop
I can't
them
be
in.
there. Here, I'll move them. Loop. We'll have them in 23. In this one,
Well, they're all
they're really tiny.
They're all
Yeah, I'm
23.
sorry. 23-2.
Okay. We also need to remember every time you guys say you fully refuel the ship to move everything in there forward, because if you fully refuel the ship, that's full of fuel.
Yeah. This has the crates and stuff in it.
Yep. That has cargo.
Yeah. 10% more, right, Kizik?
That 10% more was real helpful.
All right, so perfect. So we're jumping for a week. We're in jump space now.
Yep, you're in jump space now. Everybody is free to explain how they're using their week, and I would like to know what you guys do with the sludge.
Well, I'll go first because why not? Homer and I are going to go over the boring parts of heavy weapons safeties. And when Homer and I are not exploring the finer points of blowing things up, I'm going to go find our AI in a box and ask him if he has ever seen or knows anything about giant space jellyfish, Trizzles, and I'm going to ask Junkrat to start analyzing these 9 filters to see what we have, as well as having Homer look out on the outside of the ship and see if, as we're moving through jump space, it's like coming off the ship, or do we need to like actually physically clean the ship sometime and potentially get more or effects from the jellyfish juice. Okay, I'm done now.
That was quite a bit. All right, so I'm putting the adjutant back because I don't know what I did with the original token for him. All right, so that was a big list. The first thing you were doing was studying. Studying just happens. That's good. The second thing you were doing was talking to the adjutant about jellyfish. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about other things?
The Trizzles thingies.
Okay. So let's do that conversation. So you walk up to the adjutant and you push the magic button and the adjutant opens.
Yay!
What do you say?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Planetary Defense Advisor for RCA. We just had an interaction with an unknown species of organisms that some people have dubbed Trizzles. And we took some samples and whatnot, and they seemed to follow us and react to our presence once we started taking what looks to be of some sort of substance that's ejected from their bodies and whatnot. And I'm going to give the adjutant the ship's records of what happened and request the adjutant's analysis of it.
You've provided a data wafer to the adjutant. The adjutant is not currently configured for accepting data wafers, so what the adjutant is going to do is ask you to provide it with a pad, a tablet.
Sorry, I lost you after configured for.
The adjutant is not configured to just take a data wafer. So what the adjutant is going to do is the adjutant says, I cannot consume that media in the format you provided. Can you please provide me with a tablet so that I may consume the media that you have provided.
I will go get a tablet for the adjutant.
Okay. You notice that the adjutant dismantles the tablet and integrates it into itself as you provide it. It then uses the wafer port on it to take the data wafer you provided and plugs in. And one of its arms has now become like a monitor for the tablet, and it watches the unfolding of the events. Interesting. While I don't have an exact reference for this species, there are some facsimile species that consume various types of matter. Is there no corrosion happening in the bay in which you are holding the sludge? Generally, these types of entities consume raw materials from asteroids using a sort of corrosive mixture that melts down precious metals into a consumable format so that they can turn it to energy.
We'll be investigating that shortly.
I would advise doing so quickly, as a hull breach in jump space could be problematic.
Junkrat!
Yeah, what's up, boss?
We have any signs of corrosion or anything like that where the filters are being held, or in our cargo bay with all the jellyfish juice?
I don't know. I'll have to check.
And you please do that.
Yeah, I'll be back. Ghost, where'd you put the filters?
They're over here.
Okay. So Junkrat's gonna have to go all the way upstairs, all the way across cargo bay, come through here, and get in here. So that's gonna take a minute. Is there anything else you would like to say to Orca while you are in front of the adjutant?
Is there any chance that they would continue to follow us and be a problem later?
I do not have sufficient data to ascertain the answer to your request. However, I could speculate that they would have to have some method of moving from place to place as they were found in deep space, and the asteroids with the materials that they consume would be spread out over large distances. It is not unheard of for various different life forms to have very quick movement speeds. However, most of those movement speeds will be slower than the speed of light. The chances of them being able to arrive at a destination we have traveled to via jump space is small.
Thank you.
You are welcome. May I have additional access to the ship's database? I am bored.
Is there anything particular information you would like?
I understand that the ship has a comprehensive library of many different types of media and things to study. I would like access to that library.
I will go talk to everybody and see if we can do that for you.
Thank you. Returning to shutdown mode.
All right.
About that time, Junkrat would hit the intercom and say, "Hey, Captain,
Yes?
those tarps that Taylor wrapped these things in have melted. There's a giant goo puddle spreading throughout 23. It does appear to be quite corrosive.
Wonderful.
It is likely that the 26 tons of it we have in the cargo bay are eating at the interior lining of the bay."
And you determine the rate it would take to make it out of there.
Given enough time, oh, yes, I can calculate that, but it's going to take me a little bit of time to get you that answer.
Okay.
I may require additional assistance.
We've got people for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my week and do my studying on this stuff too. I would have figured out that it was corrosive pretty early.
I'm assuming that that's like the first thing that Holmes did, so we're on hour 1 of day 1 in jump space. So you guys don't have to worry about like getting to the end of the week and not having adjusted it. The only reason that Holmes figured it out before Taylor was because he went first. He spoke up, and then he said, I'm going to go ask the adjutant.
Makes perfect sense.
In fact, if Taylor would like to have been in the bay when Junkrat got there, he would have probably noticed while moving the filters into the bay that the tarps were melting.
Junkrat, do you think it's acidic or it's just mainly corrosive? Don't we have...
It doesn't seem like any acid I've dealt with before. I have no idea. It seems to be turning the tarp into something else. We need a scientist.
Yeah. I am not a scientist. I'm an engineer.
I'm kind of listening to the comms, but I kind of asked a question like, well, could it be organic?
It almost certainly is, considering how we acquired it. That would be my assumption anyway, Junkrat says.
I'm going to try to freeze it.
Okay, how are you going to go about doing that?
Well, quick, fast, and in a hurry. I step across and grab we got a liquid nitrogen fire extinguisher.
It's not liquid nitrogen, but you do have a CO2 fire extinguisher.
All right, CO2 gets pretty cold, so I'm going to aim it at one of the filters and spray it. Try to freeze it.
Okay, give me a roll.
All right, so I rolled an 11. I'm going to add my intellect to it for a 13.
Okay. So it does work. In a very, very small and temporary way. It definitely seems like you can freeze it to temporarily pause or slow down the effect.
All right, Junkrat. So maybe theoretically, we could get enough. Oh shit! This is going to cost a lot of power.
But like as you are saying that to Junkrat, it is going to start like actively working again. It seems like that's a very temporary measure.
Damn. All right, we'll try fire. No. Well, we need to harvest the stuff that we can off of it as quickly as possible. So, maybe that's what we need to just jump on. Let's start panning for this for these heavy minerals. So we'll run magnets across it.
That would detect ferrous metals. I don't think gold is magnetic.
Correct, but it'll pull the ferrous metals out, and then we'll pass for the gold.
So I will say that as it's eating through the filters, you're going to have an opportunity. I'm helping you a little bit because your character would have seen this, and it would have occurred to you that you're perhaps doing this the wrong way. If you take the filters and you lift them out of the goop will pass through the filter. So you can use the filters to, in essence, pan for the stuff you want. It's going to eat through the filter after a couple of passes, but you're going to be able to dump a bunch of non-goop-like materials at your feet just by running the filters through the goop.
Oh, okay, I'm tracking. So we've got other filters too, like still clean ones.
Mm-hmm.
Junkrat and I can set up kind of like an industrial line, and we'll start passing this stuff through the filtration system. Ooh, Junkrat, we should put up a bunch of filters, like 4 or 5 in a row, in a box, and then we'll push this stuff through. We've got different filter shit. The like spacings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like one's made for 1 mil, one's made for 2 mil or whatever. So we'll just put them in a line and we'll just pan for all the stuff we need.
Yeah, that could work. It seems to me like only the purple stuff is corrosive. The darker stuff we're pulling out is not the corrosive bit. It's only the purple goo.
Okay, yeah. So we need to be able to get that separated.
We'll
pump that out of the ship.
We should try different types of containers to see what can hold it. I'm gonna go get a ceramic. I'll be back.
Oh, what we need is Aiden. I'll put it inside him. See if it holds it.
I mean, Aiden can be there because he was commenting earlier. Also, if Kizik wants to jump in here, don't feel like you have to wait your turn.
I do definitely want to be there.
Let's try glass.
Okay. Junkrat's going to come back with the regular ceramic. It's actually part of a spare like energy cap for the beam laser, and but it's bucket shaped and it's ceramic, and it's highly tough and it can be out in space. And then she's got a glass mason jar from the kitchen. She's like, let's try these.
Yeah, let's do it. Set up like a drip filter. And maybe like one of those, not a percolator. What's the press? That's what we need.
You guys are going to discover through this process that both ceramic and glass do not seem to be affected by this.
Okay, good deal. We still need to pump the corrosive purple crap out as soon as possible.
Yep, roll me 1d6 to see how many hours it took you to figure that out.
Uno.
Okay, that's 4 hours. That's pretty fast. Okay, so do you guys want to have a team meeting about what to do with 26 tons, or what's the deal? We haven't heard anything from Kizik yet, so I'm waiting to see what happens.
Bro, we need to scale this up. You got any ideas?
I mean, you've got some kind of slurry here. Can we just reverse the scoops and push it out into hyperspace?
I think we could push it out, but I'm talking about, like, you want to filter the 26 tons we've got, or do you want to just jettison it?
No, I mean, this thing right here, if we, like, you guys are mechanics, right? So the tubes that go from here to here, like from the bay to the scoops, this little slurry thing here, you can make the same kind of thing and just slowly drip it out into space.
So this is why I was very keen when Thodubs asked his earlier question to describe your 1 ton of spares. You absolutely have already, like, you've used 80% of your filters just to do this. So you're either going to have to fabricate something, or you're going to have to think of another solution other than just shoving it through filters, because you're going to use up all your spares.
What's the 10% of supplies you got? Did it happen to be filters? Coffee filters? I'm just kidding.
Do we have any glass? I mean, are we able to construct another, take one of our fuel areas and fill that with a glass container and then, repump it into a glass container so we don't have to worry about it right now?
I mean, can the fabricator just make a bunch of tubes? Just really thin glass tubes, and we'll make our own filter? I don't know. It's Kizik's turn. I'm going to shut up.
I was also saying we got like 12 beds. That's like a filter right there.
And are we able to even jettison something during jump?
So you're in jump space. It's a very good question, Thodubs. Anyone with any basic engineering knowledge would know that your jump space bubble is an interdimensional space in which you create. It's only about a meter off the hull. Anything you jettison into space is in essence stuck outside with you and will probably stick to the hull or collide with you in jump space. It doesn't go anywhere. There isn't space out there to go to.
Which means our only choice is to find some way to save this stuff.
Or neutralize it.
Yeah.
What other stuff have you tried to feed it? If it's an organic thing, like, could we get some wood, see if the wood will soak it up? Maybe some charcoal. I'll be right back. Luca comes back with like a pillow and some charcoal and a piece of like a leg from a chair. And he starts dipping it into the acidic goop and seeing what it eats.
I'd love to know where he got charcoal on a spaceship. The rest of that more or less makes sense. It's just going to immediately dissolve the pillow.
He got it from the grill.
Once again.
We don't have a spent like laser or a spent I guess that's not really charcoal is just carbon. So anything that like we shot the laser a couple times, we shot a couple of other things like that's not a lot though. But that could be a way to get a lot. All right, we need to make a bunch of fires.
Once again, on a spaceship.
Bad idea. So we need to figure out how to make a bunch of ceramic and coat the inside of one of the other containers and pump all of this stuff from one spot to another spot. That's an engineering challenge.
I mean, there's lots of different things that we could do. We could try, like we tried freezing it. We could try heating it. Not with a fire, just heating it.
Has anyone tried to put it under a microscope?
Nope.
You want to look at it real close?
I feel like that's probably a good idea.
We got a microscope somewhere back in the spy lab.
I'm assuming that there's a basic science kit somewhere on the ship. You guys could just do it in the workshop. It is a science roll.
Ooh, not me.
I don't think it's going to be any of you as far as having that skill. If you have any science whatsoever, though, I'll count it as a 0.
My brother was a aerospace guy.
I actually have science 0.
Yep, so does Taylor.
All right, I got this. Maybe I should look at my character sheet more often.
You should have also specified when you got science 0 what your specialty was.
Yes.
So, like, Taylor has specified aerospace. Any science 0 will work. But you're supposed to have when you specify a science, you specify something that I can then later refer back to.
Physics? I like physics.
Okay.
That's just gun science.
Yeah.
How fast does this bullet need to go to kill somebody?
I'm not sure if Ghost realizes he's muted because I see his little hand moving, but he hasn't said anything yet.
Oh, I'm listening to these shenanigans.
Holy crap! I got a good roll. That's like a first in like 3 sessions.
Should I zoom in on it real careful?
Ooh, take a picture. It can happen. Anyway, with an added education that gives me a 10 for science.
Excellent. You think back really hard to your, military college courses where they were like, oh, you want to be a scientist, huh? You don't really want to be a scientist, but let's go over all this. And what is eating the hull are enzymes. They are trying to eat the raw materials and produce energy, and as a byproduct, they make heavier materials. The heavier materials turn out to be things like radioactive cobalts, uraniums, gold, really dense, hardened stuff that is generally considered to be valuable. They're also creating this purple concentrated mass of the sludge that seems like it's a solid matter, but it's benign. Like it's not actually doing anything. It defies every sensor that you point at it. It can't identify it. It's some new substance. If you could turn all of the sludge, or some of it, through this process, you could probably neutralize it. But you'd have to figure out something to give it that would turn it into these materials. It would need a lot of fuel to turn all of these things into materials, but if it did do that process, the enzymes would die and it would stop being corrosive. In other words, you could feed it to death.
What do we have to beat it? All right.
Well, we also want it to get the most valuable metals. So on the periodic table, if we start with something low, right, will it go up to gold?
Yeah, so that doesn't seem something you have quite as much control over, because it depends on how much enzyme versus how much stuff. It's a good idea, but it does seem to be beyond your ability while in jump space and having your ship eaten to figure out right this second. It's a great idea for later.
All right. What do we have to feed the giant ED goop stuff? We have spare parts, but not that many. We have a cargo bay full of cargo.
You are gonna need probably around 26 tons worth of stuff. Like it's a 1-to-1 ratio.
We've got a helicopter.
Even more.
I just wanted to hear your response.
We got you. It's
Yeah.
time.
I'm not anywhere near 26 tons.
Your mama's 26 tons.
Oh,
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
helicopter's about to get eaten. We've got a launch. That was a joke. We're not feeding at the launch.
I'd love to see the logistics of feeding at the launch, though. Like, how do you get it to the launch or the launch to it?
I'm open for any ideas that people have of things to feed it.
How much fuel do we have?
Assuming this is a group discussion, Junkrat and actually all the other crew members are going to be like, wait, why don't we just feed it the cargo?
Could possibly make more money off of this, Luca.
I mean, if you're just feeding it a random thing, and like we're in jump space, so we can't, first off, feeding it fuel seems like a terrible idea. But anything in here that we have, 26 tons worth, we don't have that much ship to sacrifice.
Yeah, but this was like my first like good haul. If we get everything there intact, I get 206,000 credits.
If you don't live
Not
to get
be a
there
good
at
haul
all,
if we don't make it. Yeah.
I have one more idea, maybe. How many missiles did we have?
We have 10 left.
so you have
We have 10
12.
left.
You have 12 per reload. You have however many left from the 12 you fired, which I think is how
Yeah,
he
we
has 10
fired
left.
3.
And you have a full reload, which is taking up a ton of your space in the workshop.
That's just 1 ton, okay.
It wouldn't matter. I can't think of a worse idea than trying to feed except possibly feeding it fuel. I can't think of any two worse ideas on the face of the planet than those two.
All right. I'm going to start thinking of better ideas then. I'm thinking about weight. I need to stop thinking about just weight.
I'm thinking the only disposable stuff, like, unless we start going and ripping out parts of the ship, like the staterooms, and feeding it random parts of the ship, which we would then have to replace.
Well, that was Junkrat's point. There is 26 tons worth of stuff on the ship that's non-essential.
Yeah,
That was
like,
her whole point, is that there isn't enough ship to feed it 26 tons of stuff unless it's cargo. So it's either the vehicles, or it's the cargo, or we find some other solution.
And we can't like somehow enamel one of the things and pump everything through there in the next couple of hours.
That falls into the other solution category.
All right, so really the only money-making opportunity here is either sacrifice the supplies or sacrifice the vehicles. If that's on the table, I'm okay with sacrificing the supplies more than the vehicles. I could probably get talked into sacrificing the vehicles for enough money. It also seems to be the easiest because you just flood this next chamber, and then we'll see what we get.
Well, how much does it cost to replace the helicopter and the minigun van?
I don't know about the minigun van, but the helicopter was pretty much built from nostalgia. But it is pieces that, like, Mr. Jones sent us. So it is nostalgic, and it is ours. We did build it ourselves. The rock is probably pretty heavy, but I don't think it's 26 tons worth.
No, it's 5 tons.
5, okay.
The little motorcycle is 1.5 tons. The rock is 5 tons. The glass sparrow is like 10 or 12 tons. Altogether, I still don't think you have enough mass to do the whole thing.
Yeah, not the whole thing. What about the supplies? How much weight was that?
We had 47 tons of supplies. We had 20 tons of high importance, 25 tons of medium importance, and 2 tons of incidentals. So there's 27 not high good tons. And oh no, those all have an extra 10%. Hold on.
There are also the other solutions route. But there are also risks with that too. Like, I don't want you guys to think that there's only 2 options.
Call the adjutant back.
I mean, that is an option.
You guys
Oh, by the way, the adjutant wants access to the ship's computer.
Definitely give him that. It's boring. Like, the guy, he's sentient. He needs something to do. He should probably be, like, hanging out with us a lot.
Are there parts of the system that we don't want him to have access to? We are spies, right?
You don't think he would just go, you think this firewall can hold me? I am flying the ship now.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to...
He's asking for permission, which means that at least he's... I mean, if he wouldn't ask for permission if he's going to do that.
I mean, you can always start nice and then you slowly take over humanity.
Trust but verify. We should, like, talk to him first. Let's get to, like, hang out with him, like I said.
Run that cruise check on him. Good.
We should invite him to movie night.
Sweet. All right, now that we've established what we're gonna do with the adjutant while the ship's big girls movie, we should just go talk to him. But yep, adjutant's coming to movie night.
Would the adjutant
Luca,
be able to provide us with any other details as far as how to deal with this sludge? We've talked about a bunch of different options, but maybe the adjutant could help provide additional info.
That's true. You want to go talk to him?
Sure. Yeah, I'll head over.
Okay, so you hit the button. What do you say to the adjutant?
Hello. So we are working. We did find out that this sludge that we're dealing with in our cargo bays is actually corrosive, and we've gone through to actually do some tests on it, and we wanted to see if there's any suggestions that you have on maybe how we can actually deal with the sludge, whether expelling it, storing it, cleaning it, killing it. It does seem to be a enzyme, a organic enzyme that is actually causing the corrosive nature.
That is interesting. I won't be able to provide you with a full comprehensive list without knowing the exact capabilities of the ship and the organic compound's makeup. If you can provide a sample of the compound or readouts of a sample of the compound, I may be able to help you come up with a formula of a substance that would repel it or possibly deactivate it / kill it. But I would need to know what was on board to work with.
Excellent. How would you be able to? How can I get that sample to you?
A simple test tube full would be adequate for my analytical software. And as far as knowing what's on board the ship, I could be integrated into the ship's computer, and then I would have access to your inventory.
Okay, I'm still going to work with the. We're trying to get this corrosive enzyme dealt with first, and then we can actually go down that computer computer access later. But let me go and get a vial of the sludge and bring that to you.
If you are willing to grant permission for the computer integration, I can handle that rather quickly.
Copy that. Let me get on the radio and ask. Hey guys, Adjutant said he'd be able to do some testing for us on the sludge to find out some details as far as how to possibly neutralize it. Again, there's the repeated requests for access to the computer system. According to the Adjutant, access to said computer system will expedite process. However, we can provide the Adjutant a vial of the sludge for analysis.
I say give him access and invite him to movie night. That's my vote.
Movie night? Okay. I'm good with movie night. Captain, any ideas?
Go big or go home. Hook him up. Let's have a good time.
Okay, copy, Captain. I'm gonna go and take care of that right now. Okay, so I kind of get off the radio and I actually give the permissions via Captain's permissions, right?
Before you even open your mouth, it's just gonna be like, I have heard integration is already accomplished. I now have access to the ship's computers. Looking at your inventory, I believe that we can create something that will possibly contain the enzymes from the analysis you've already input in the computers, but I still would like to have the sample to perfect the formula. You're going to need several items from your ship's fabricator. I've already sent the designs over to the fabricator, but someone is going to need to review them and make sure that they are okay with spending the supplies from the fabricator that I have suggested.
Okay, sounds good. So we're going to need our engineers to come down to Fabricator to look over designs that the Adjutant has actually worked through. Please bring a vial of the goop with you for the Adjutant.
Well, I'm on my way with a vial of goop.
Junkrat's going to come with you. This is super exciting. It's a sentient computer, and it's like becoming part of the crew. I wonder if it's going to take over and try to kill us all.
We're about to find out.
I'm worried about that too, Junkrat.
Fascinated, not necessarily worried, but yes. Let's see. Would you like to handle delivering the samples while I have a look at the fabricator?
Yes, I will take care of that.
Junkrat makes ooh and ah noises as she's looking at the things.
They're good prints, huh?
Greetings, Mr. Boaz. Is that the sample that is of the substance in question?
It is for RCA. I want to offer you an invitation to our next movie night.
Ooh, what movie will we be watching? His eyes turn red.
Lost.
Is it Terminator? I like Terminator.
We were gonna watch Lost in Space, but now I'm rethinking maybe
It winks at you. Just kidding.
I mean, just so we're all on the same page, if the Adjutant waited for us to give it permission and attached itself anyway to the computer, like if it wanted to murder us in our sleep, it would have done so already.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the fact that like Aiden didn't even have time to turn around and say yes, you have permission for. It was like, I'm done. Probably does underline that point.
Yeah, proves to me that we are helpless anyway.
it would have been awful if it turned around and was like vampire rules. I just needed to be invited in, and it just destroys us completely.
I mean,
The night's still young.
It is safe to assume that it has its own set of moral rules that it follows, and you don't necessarily know what those are. but it's proven
100%.
to be benign so far.
Right. Asimov was,
Yeah.
he started somewhere. All right, I'm gonna walk up with the vial, invite him to movie night, and
So
welcome to the library.
So, he takes the vial, runs through all of his tests internally, and returns the vial to you. And he's like, I've analyzed this substance. It's definitely an enzyme, and I have created a... So I'm assuming that you would prefer to contain, not neutralize the substance, as it may prove valuable.
Correct.
I also can give you a substance as an alternative that will turn it into its benign and neutral solid mass. I will not, however, be able to easily reconstitute it into its current form. So those are your two options for the formula.
Sorry, so you can either neutralize it and solidify it?
Yes. Or
Okay.
Or I can simply give you a chemical substance that you can line one of the fuel tanks with to contain it.
Captain, I'm kind of done with this shit. Let's finish this.
Which one do you recommend?
Well, I recommend we use the vehicles and the incidentals, Luca's incidentals, for a combined weight, and then we make some money off of this. But we could use the adjutant stuff to neutralize the rest.
I agree with whatever we got to do to make it profitable. I think that's a good idea. It sounds like either way is going to be profitable / protected. So that sounds good.
Luca, I'm sorry.
I thought he said that there was a way that you could just line the inside of a fuel tank and just pump it into there.
Right, contain it, and then we don't get rid of it, and we deal with it later.
Yeah, and then you just feed it stuff. It pumps out a bunch of like heavy raw materials. We figure out what we need to give it so that it gives us stuff back. And we've got like a starter bread, but instead of making dough, it makes us dough.
I mean, if we contain it, then like we don't have to get rid of the vehicles or the thing as soon as we come out of jump space. Like it eats rock. Like we can bring it rock.
Okay, that makes sense then.
Like I mean, and we can figure out which rock it likes more and gives us cooler toys afterwards. Or option 3, we contain it. When we get in system, we don't tell the Raven about what it is, and then we give it to the Raven.
I will be right back. Keep debating.
So we like actively destroy the Raven with it.
I'm just saying, it's an option.
Those guys
That's
were
funny.
assholes.
Because what's
That's
going to
funny.
happen when we go, hey, we've got this starter bread for making us dough, the first thing out of their mouths is going to be, well, we got your dough, go in there and get it.
That's a good point. What are we going to tell those guys?
We show them 9 pumps of like dilapidated old filters and say, what the fuck is this? Take it.
Don't give them all 9.
Sorry. We got 4 things of there. Or we tell them we got 9. We'll take 4.
We got
and you
9
get
and
5.
Yeah, and negotiate and like, I mean,
Ask them what they got.
yeah.
Well, they couldn't scoop, so what could they have gotten?
They got a couple little things. Like, we hold all the bargaining chips with the exception of being nice and being like, oh, hey, you know, like, Like you got us to go in there and get it, so here's your cut. But their cut isn't like 50-50.
Right.
But that's just my opinion. Uh,
Now that makes better sense to contain it. We'll use a lot of resources to do it, but we can do it.
and who knows? Like, it's a giant organic thing that turns stuff into other stuff. Like, we're going to due diligence on the research of the planet, like Elise or whatever it is we're going to. Like, they may have scientists that may want this stuff, that we may be able to sell it to them.
Yeah. Okay.
Because in reality, we need our fuel tank.
This could be a military sale too.
Yep. Like,
We weaponize it and we start shooting it at our enemies.
I don't think we have the capabilities for that, but potentially, yeah. Like, I think there's lots of options once we contain it.
I missed some of the debate, but did anyone point out, and if they didn't, Junkrat will, that the outer side of this ship is covered in a thin layer of this stuff?
I did point that out at my very, very first beginning of this. I wanted to check the outside of the ship to see if it's coming off through jump space or if it's just hanging out.
Yeah, we need to run it through the ship wash. Probably sooner than later, depending on how fast this thing's eating through stuff.
Well, now the adjutant could neutralize it. Maybe with some sort of anti-enzyme spray. Bleach?
Oh, that's the other thing Junkrat will come back with and be like, whatever the solution you decide to go with, we have these really cool backpacks that can be printed that the adjutant has provided for the fabricator. It's going to eat up a bunch of our fabricator's raw materials to make them. Also, in order to make either of the doses, we're going to have to dip into our supplies of coolant and fuel. It's a mixture of different liquids we have on board. So it's going to cost us resources to do any of these solutions.
It's a matter of choosing which resources we want to use.
That is correct.
Can we walk in hyperspace, jump space?
It is not advised. Actually, it depends on who you're asking. If you say Junkrat, they're going to be like, no, it's a terrible idea. Don't do that. If you ask the adjutant, he's going to say it's not advised.
Is it really the adjutant anymore, or is it really the perfect stranger has become sentient?
Give it time.
Well, I vote contain it.
Yeah, I've switched my vote. Contain it.
Containment sounds good.
Okay, what are we using to contain it?
Junkrat is like, okay, so how I can print 2 packs. I believe 2 people can probably completely line the elastic fuel container in probably an hour. You're going to want to wear respirators because the fuel is not going to have time to have fully dissipated all the vapor fumes. And she pulls up a schematic of, I mean, let's just be honest, it's a Ghostbuster outfit with a respirator. And you're going to be going in there sliming the walls. It's going to be 2 of you. So.
Who's sliming?
I mean,
Just make sure we have that positive vibe music.
Give me a backpack. Thanks for saving all my my stuffs.
Okay, so they give Luca one of the backpacks, and it's 2 canisters of the sludge. Or sorry, 2 canisters of the anti-sludge. And who's going in with him?
I will.
I was about to say K62 will do it if no one wants to. Okay, so it's the captain and Luca.
K62 is metallic, and I don't want him getting eaten.
He's aware of that, and that's just, I want you guys to know that he was still like, I'll do it.
We could spray him first.
So, okay, so
No, I'm going.
I got Holmes and Luca. You guys open this airlock and go into the Area 23. Just give me any given weapons check. It's more like a heavy weapons, but it's any given weapons check, and then 1d6 to say how many hours it takes you guys to do it. Ooh.
I got 9, and my d6 is going to be 6.
Okay, well, that's 5 because you got 9. Kizik?
I got 9 and 5.
Okay, so that's 9 total, and then I roll boxcars for that. So you guys completely line it. As soon as you're done lining it, Junkrat and Taylor can do the modifications. If you would like to pump everything from this bay into this bay.
Luca was going in like a just spray pattern, and Holmes like came back to back with him and was tactically like cleaning corners. It was a fun experience.
Yeah, how else would you clean if you weren't doing it tactically?
Well, the other thing is that you guys didn't realize that this foam expands like expandy foam a little bit. So when you first started spraying it, you're probably putting it on way too thick.
My roll was awful.
Okay. What's the effect of your roll?
Well, I got a 7 total. That's intellect and everything.
Okay, well that's not too bad. That's only a -1. Roll your d6.
Oh, can I use a player point to make it an 8?
Sure. In which case it'll just instantly happen.
Excellent.
Okay. So the sludge is now, despite the amazing artwork, moved from this to this area.
Nice. Erase.
As you guys go into the, well, I'm assuming that you guys are going to want to go into the area it just came out of to see how much damage there is. But I could be wrong. So who wants to go into the now emptied sludge area?
Sounds like a great plan. I'll do it.
Vac suit up, sir.
Absolutely.
Everybody who's getting a vac suit, give me a vac suit check.
Yes, I'm back to rolling 3s. Luckily, I'm okay at vac suits, which puts me at a vac suit 1 in dexterity. 5.
I rolled an 11, vac suit 0, dexterity 2 for a 13. Can I help him?
Wow.
Yeah. Yes, you can.
I can throw my leadership in there too. Give out some leadership dices.
Captain, this one isn't like one of those tactically. You don't want to bring your like real good ones. We just have like these mechanic ones over here. There's no spot for your gun. Stop reaching for your gun. Oh, all right.
What? Can't even put on one of these normal ones. Like, there's no guns.
It doesn't have an integrated arm flamethrower.
And that's the problem.
All right. So you guys go in here. This place is royally fucked. Everything's been eaten up. The ship has taken an additional 12 points of damage. Like this whole bay is ruined and cannot currently hold fuel. It's not vented to space, but that's just by like a paper thin margin. it was in the process of eating through the outer hull layer when you guys pumped it out of here. You would have experienced an explosive decompression probably within an hour.
Holy shit.
With that said, lining the areas where it has done that, you guys are going to be able to mine/pry this inert material left over, as well as a significant quantity of semi-precious metals, which I'll provide to you in just a second. These are all 1 kilogram for the ease of my sanity.
Well, holy monkeys.
You ever seen a metal like this?
Don't question it. It says right on the thing. Don't question it.
You guys don't know what the fuck it does. You don't know anything else. Like it is what it is. Also, these. You know what these are.
This is nice.
Aw, no uraniums.
That's just because I didn't have time to do it.
I mean, yes, precious metals is better than uranium.
Actually, let me grab this. Put that over here. Am I able to change the color palette on this? I can make it a little darker. That's what I wanted. Stand by to stand by.
Aye, aye.
You can talk amongst yourselves if you want to.
When we're done talking amongst ourselves, like obviously 26 tons of it didn't go back into the other bay because all of this random stuff here was created.
Mm-hmm.
So how much do we have left over there?
Well, it's 1 to 1, so we can weigh it. How much we got here? These are all 1 kilograms, and these are all 1 kilograms.
It's not.
Yes, sir.
It's not 1 to 1 in that way.
Oh, I thought you said it was. Okay, I'm
Earlier, I said it was 1 to 1. The way that you, so when you were talking about like, doing the filter thing, that was a completely different mechanism. As far as what you were doing, you're not going to turn it into 26 tons of precious metals. You're going to turn it into 26 tons of stuff. But the precious metals is a subset, and you're going to get You're going to get like 10%. Optimistically, probably more like 0.10% in precious metals.
Okay, so how much of the sludge do we have left?
You have almost 26 tons of it. The void matter comes out. Like the void matter is the inert version of it. But what I said was it eats. So it is eaten a big chunk of your hull. Okay, sorry.
Right.
It's eaten 12 points of your hull, so I have to figure out how much 12 points of your hull is in weight. You're asking me to do a shit ton of math while I'm doing a bunch of other things, by the way.
Sorry.
You've actually asked really complicated questions. But the punchline is that the 1 to 1 thing is it eats a ton for every ton that goes inert. Does that make sense?
Correct, yes, I got it.
I'll be right back.
It's not uranium, but I'm also going to add this to the mix. There's a consolation prize for Rex, who has walked away from the keyboard. Anyone who knows anything about Cobalt 60 will know immediately that that is a alarming discovery.
No, it's not inert, it's just contained.
That
And he
does-
said we have 26 tons still of the squid goo, I guess, right?
it's like 26 points or 25 point something because some of it has been converted. I gotta figure out I gotta figure out, once again, you're asking for the hard math question that I didn't want to do earlier while we were doing all the other things, but I can do it now.
No worries.
Oh, we got any more of that expanded foam we can push inside the what used to be a hole here?
There isn't any like residue in that other chamber still, right? I mean, we got all of it, or do we need to do some kind of like sanitization run and kill whatever's left over? Like, I assume dripping off the walls or whatever. Or
That's
is
a
that
good
what we
thought.
did already?
I think he's doing math, but it's a good guess.
You can only ask one complicated question at a time. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, I wasn't really asking I wasn't really asking Ark. I was just kind of just talking for the group, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I would assume that we'd have to clean up a little bit, and at least like get the enzyme deactivated in here. I think the adjutant said we got that. Yeah, spray foam stuff. So the spraying of that has deactivated it, made it inert.
Done the job. Gotcha.
Done the job.
Okay. All right. So really complicated math questions have resulted in all of the goo has actually become inert now. When you activated the pumps, it pumped inert goo that has already done its chemical reaction. And what you have left over here, it actually ate enough of the hull that it actually made it inert, which I didn't think it could do. So I must have done some math wrong at some point. I don't know how I messed that up, but I did mess that up.
Okay, so still usable or no?
I mean, you got what you got out of it.
Correct. Okay, I got it.
So there's, but the goo is in essence gone. Like,
Right.
it's just,
So we'll just pump it out when we can.
yeah. Actually, I'm gonna go as far as to say, even though earlier I said it was 1-to-1, you could just let it dry out. Like, what's left in this bay in the middle will just dry into an inert matter, and you can just get rid of it. Did Rex come back?
Don't think so.
I'm gonna take that as a no. Okay. Yeah, sorry. When you guys like ask, like you expect me to just arbitrarily make up answers, and I don't do that in Traveler anymore, because it always comes back to bite your ass in a big way if you just make up an answer. So if you guys ask a really complicated question, I have to go look it up.
That makes sense.
The ship's actually at 29 hull points total taken damage between the pirate attack and this thing.
Oh yeah, because the pirate attack like hit us in the wing, didn't it?
Yep, I'm tracking right here on this token the ship's status.
Right.
Okay. That was quite a little adventure for just, jumping out of space. Kizik, what did you want to do during your weekend? Jump space.
I wanted to do some brokering study. I was going to talk with Annika, with Gigi, to see if she sensed any life there, but it turns out the yes was the answer, and that it ate things, and then we almost died. It's just pretty fun. And now the ship lists slightly to the left. Actually, no, we're still in hyperspace. I don't know to that yet.
Yeah, it's not actually flying or even moving per se. All right, so you guys have done a thing that I wasn't ready for you to do, which is move all the precious materials out of this cargo hold. I'd like to know who did it and if it's actually a thing that happened and how it came about happening, because there's a really important thing here that I was waiting for Rex to come back and say something about that hasn't happened yet.
I'm back.
Okay. One of the things that was discovered as a precious material in the hold is cobalt 60. Also, all of the goo is now inert. It's eating this much of the hull, used up all of it. And the guys chickened out and put everything back in the container as soon as I mentioned that it was a thing that I needed to know about. They were all quick to get their loot done.
Oh, no, I didn't move any of it. That was all Kizik.
Up until...
I mean, I was in here with the suit, and you said we were mining it out slowly.
Yep, you would be. You would be pulling it out with, like, picks and shit. But that doesn't mean that it left the room. And it's okay for you two to be in here with it. I'm sure Rex has figured out why by now.
Cobalt 60 is radioactive.
Huh?
Radioactive.
So if you pull it out into other parts of the ship, you just have to... Because you two are in vac suits, so you have radiation protection.
So where are you going to store it?
More importantly, are you going to store it with all the rest of that stuff, or are you going to pull it? Because, like, if you leave cobalt 60 right next to gold, it might not be gold when you're done.
No, it needs to be separated.
Luke is over here with like a wire hair brush trying to get a thing of platinum out. I can take this one out, Captain.
Sweet.
What about this kind of glowy blue one?
Nope, don't take the glowy blue one. Leave the glowy blue one alone.
That's why
Figure
my
out
suit's clicking at me.
Yes.
It's more like screaming at you if you're getting close to that. A kilogram of cobalt 60 is an incredible amount of radioactive material.
Yes.
What about this purple stuff?
Let's stack it all up and put it together. And wave a radiac at it and see if it's radioactive.
It's
My
not.
suit doesn't even know what it is.
Yeah.
Is this hard, or is this still kind of goopy?
It's hard. So what's left in here is the stuff that wouldn't be pulled through the pumps. Although you basically have the liquid form of that stuff in here. It will slowly start to drain out and become like the stuff that you pumped into the other bay. You guys can't see it, but it is becoming hard. Like eventually you're going to have a lot of that goop. Okay. So what's the general plan here? Move the precious materials out and then leave the cobalt 60 in this container? Is that the idea?
I'm gonna go see if we can create a container to hold the cobalt 60.
Sure. With the materials you have on board, that might be a little difficult, but you might be able to figure it out. You just need a lead box. That's how I understand it would work.
Something like that, yes.
What are the cryotubes made out of?
Not lead. Although they would have some radiation shielding. Since they can be jettisoned into deep space, they must have some kind of radioactive shielding. You want to put them in a cryotube? I can tell that the enthusiasm of the group has dropped off.
Nope, I'm trying to rack my brain and remembering what contains cobalt-60. I'm just thinking too hard.
Probably. I think the cryotube solution is probably adequate.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably.
Or just leaving it here and letting it just irradiate this bay.
Yeah, it's gonna irradiate whatever we put it in. But cobalt-60 is something that we could make a decent pretty penny with because it's very useful in medical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And finding other radioactive things, gamma rays, and all that kind of fun stuff.
It is a very valuable material. In a lot of ways, it's a lot more valuable than gold or platinum.
Fact. Gold and platinum are financially valuable. Cobalt-60 is useful, valuable.
It's a rare earth metal, right? Doesn't happen on Earth.
No, it's created by a nuclear detonation thing and nuclear reactors thing.
Ah, so it's a man-made heavy metal.
Yeah.
Or in this case, squid-made heavy metal. Did you notice that they propel themselves by farting?
I like that.
Me too.
We did. And their arms can fart.
Yep.
If there was sound in space, it would sound like squid farts.
Mm-hmm. I was very happy with them. I also love that the goo has worked out because this pretty much happened the way that I thought it was going to. Even though I didn't write out a really intricate storyline, I was just like, man, this is a great concept. Let's see if it happens the way I think it will. And it did.
Yeah.
So, last call for anything to happen during jump space.
When I was gone, did anybody look outside and see how bad the external part of the ship is?
You did not.
Getting eaten up yet? Or if, like, just traveling through jump space thing, which I don't think it's going to clean anything off. I'm interested if we're going to get eaten from the outside end.
Okay. How would you like to ascertain this information?
Look out a window.
Okay. If you just look out at the window on the hull, you're going to see that the bright purpley stuff is still bright purpley stuff. Basically, it's going to have solidified in clumps. You have space rust. And it's purple, and it glitters.
So it's going to look a lot like the inside of the cargo bay, just on the outside of the ship.
But much, much, much less severe. Like, you have a dusting on the outside of the ship. You imagine, though, if you'd stayed in that fog for an extended period of time, your ship probably would have started to be digested. And it does seem like that giant fog that you flew into may be part of their biological process.
Yeah.
So we just need ceramic coating when we go back.
Yeah, when we come out of jump space, we can go mine our ship and get it off, and there's lots of repairs need to be done to our ship. But for now, we'll leave the Cobalt-60 hanging out in our radioactive bay. While we find a suitable container to put it in and transport it.
That seems like a good plan.
And now we've got a ceramically coated fuel tank.
And some amazing artwork.
Yeah, I'm working on a little bit of extra oomph for this session. I'll be ready in just a minute. You guys should have movie night. What movie are you going to watch?
I think Terminator's a great idea.
Hey, Adjutant, this is not a real movie, okay? It didn't actually happen.
It's not a
Skynet's
real
not
movie,
real.
but it.
No, I mean, like, it didn't actually happen. It's not a documentary.
Oh,
Fiction.
You mean it's not a nonfiction movie?
Correct. It's not historically accurate.
I vote Space Odyssey.
I like the sound of that. What's a space odyssey?
It's like a really long journey through space.
Oh, I knew what the actual translation was. I thought there was some other meaning to that.
Oh, it's a sci-fi movie back like in the old Earth times.
Oh, that
pretty
sounds
good.
fantastic.
No, there's nothing fantastic about that movie.
Let's watch Galaxy Quest.
I would concur.
Yeah, that's yes.
We could watch Aliens.
Oh boy, that's got an AI too. We don't want that.
What's wrong with AI? Are you prejudiced against AI?
Oh boy.
No, and not prejudice against AI. It's that old Earth movies were very afraid of AI in general, and they wrote AIs to be villains. And frankly, it's disgusting the way that old Earth treated artificial intelligence, and I don't want to have to make you put up with it.
You're sure you're not patronizing me?
Absolutely not. I wanted to invite you to movie night. We want to have fun.
Movie night does sound like fun.
Well, then let's watch a fun movie like Galaxy Quest.
Spaceballs.
Spaceballs is good too.
Spaceballs, yes.
We'll have lots of popcorn.
All right, Spaceballs I'm good for, and then lots of popcorn.
Ray, you got to come and watch, man. You can't sit in that room all night.
Ray's like, I'll come watch Spaceballs. Spaceballs sounds awesome.
Keep firing, assholes.
And so let me ask you this. How do you guys enjoy Spaceballs? Is this a beer and pizza event and everyone's like super happy with it? What's everyone's take on it? Has everyone seen it?
I'm seeing it.
Yes.
Oh gosh, like 100 times.
Too many times.
I meant as your characters,
Yeah, as
because
the
realize
characters.
this would be an ancient Earth history movie.
Like exceptionally historical.
Yeah,
Like
Yes.
true like
classic.
non-fiction.
it's kind of like us going back and reading ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs.
It's just a required movie to watch, and we're catching up.
You're watching the new. It's like Spaceballs 26, and it's been remade so many times, and it's holographic.
The Spaceballs, the sequel.
Yeah,
That's all in VR with VR headsets and stuff.
yeah. They don't need headsets. It's just a holographic interface now.
Oh, they're just pipe it right into your freaking brain.
Even though it's the 26th version, it still has those guys out in the desert combing.
Yeah.
We
Yes.
still ain't found shit.
Well, no, see, at some point in time, the trend turned to make exact replicas of the ancient old Earth movies, but in 3D. So it's the exact movie line for line.
Oh, awesome.
But it's updated actors and everything.
Sure, they're not actors. I mean, it's all AI generated.
Gotcha.
We've gone to Plaid.
Ray and Luca are taking shots anytime they hear the word Schwartz.
That's a lot of shots.
I see your Schwartz is as big as mine.
So, what does the adjutant think of Spaceballs?
The adjutant thinks that Spaceballs is hilarious.
what does the adjutant think of movie night in general? Does being included?
So, do you guys bring the physical adjutant case up to, because it's quite a heavy thing, up to like the rec area where you guys all like watch the movie together? Or is he just like watching it through a camera with you guys?
Oh no, I have K62 help me move him up. We're all in the hangout room.
Then you would be able to notice that in the rec area, he spends as much time watching you guys as he does watching the movie. And he seems quite entertained by your reactions to the movie.
I want to know, if he had a good time. That's what I'm trying to get.
So if you say, "Oh, did you have a good time?" He's going to be like, "Yeah, I have an amazing time." Your reactions to humor are very interesting. I have been endeavoring to learn humor. Humor is a difficult concept.
It is, there's tons of rules and nuances with humor. Sometimes it comes in threes. Sometimes, you can go too far. There's also dark humor, adjutant. There's all sorts of craziness to humor.
Indeed. I've greatly enjoyed movie night.
Oh, that's good. We like hanging out with you, and we want you to feel like you are part of this endeavor. And we need to include you more.
Okay. Who is ready for the next phase of this operation?
I'm ready.
Always ready.
Do you think the Raven exploded?
We'll find out.
It's been in the. It was in there for way longer than we were.
Was story. Okay, so you guys are going to come out of jump space. Remember that the fleet left you, but they only left maybe 10 minutes ahead of you. So they shouldn't be, in theory, too far ahead of you. In theory.
In theory.
However...
Yep, however, comma.
Jump space is funny in that, depending on if your calculations are off by ever so slightly, the amount of time can get elongated. In other words, if you're 2 seconds off hitting the button from the fleet and your calculations are, off by a certain percent, then by the end of the jump, you could be 2 minutes off or 20 minutes off. So when you take that 10 minutes and you stretch it out over the difference in your jump calculation scores, you could be arriving a couple of hours or even days later. In this case, it's going to be about an hour later. As you guys are reverting to real space, I'm assuming everyone is getting in their stations?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm in engineering.
There is one more thing I need to add. This is, I find the best way to do it. You know what? The best way to do it is to do a quick dirty. Okay. Beep, beep, beep. And you revert to jump space. Ahead of you, the perfect stranger, you can see the convoy in the distance. It's showing up on scanners. All of the freighters have deployed their fighters. Every freighter has a deployable fighter escort. You can see the Raven in formation on the left-hand side. Immediately via cameras, as it cycles through and locks on it, you're going to notice that the Raven is streaming smoke from several different parts of the ship. After that, you're going to need to roll a sensors check because there's 2 more things that you're going to need to immediately ascertain, but if you fail the sensors check, I have another way of giving you some of the information.
The sensors check went to a 7.
Okay, that's not quite a pass.
So let's do a player point. Can we do that?
You can if you would like to, but you don't have to.
Oh, okay. Well, if I don't have to, I'll save it.
Okay. Because what's going to happen is you guys are going to immediately notice that there's an emergency beep 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 on your comms unit, and it's going to be like, convoy control to perfect stranger, we need your help. The jump point here at Elise that we picked is being raided by pirates. There are Vargar in the system. There are Vargar raiders in the system, and they have already destroyed one of the escort ships. We're under attack. And basically they're sending out a, you need to come here and help us, mayday. As there are 6 spacecraft that have closed in on the convoy. There's an expanding ball of debris that you're going to assume is the other escort ship to one side of the formation. You guys are quite a long distance away for this kind of engagement. I'm going to say that you are in long starship range.
Let's get these dogs, Captain.
Yeah. Understand, convoy control person. Moving to engage.
Okay. What are you guys are in essence in combat now? So what are your actions?
Step 1, observe. As we're closing the distance, I want to see if there's a discernible pattern. Are they going for a certain ship? Are our team's fighters
Okay.
tactics? I want to do a tactics roll. That's what I want to say.
I would love for you to do a tactics roll. That's a great idea.
Let's see if I can roll above a 3. I can roll a 10.
Okay. So with the 10, there's going to be a couple things you're going to notice. First and foremost, you're going to get the classes and names. So the smaller Vargar fighters, the purple and green ones, those are Arkham. I'm going to call them Arkham heavy fighters. Primarily armed with pulse lasers and small beam weapon mounts, and they seem to be engaging the fighters and then falling away and they're trying to tease the fighters away from escorting the bigger ships so that their scout ships, the A-10s scouts, can lob missiles at the freighters. The fighters seem to be the primary defense, like they're shooting the missiles down as the A-10s are shooting the missiles in from long range. The Raven appears to have a significant amount of combat damage, though it has already attempted to engage this group. Its weapon systems seem to be offline. So it's on the other side of the formation now. What's worse is your top speed and the cargo transport's top speed is the same speed, and they're at max burn heading away from you.
And we are in Elise.
You're at the far end of the system, so you are not like right above the planet. You jump in really far out in space. You can see the planet in the distance. You're in the system.
Okay. All right. We are in missile range, though, correct?
You are in missile range, yes.
So to make sure I understand this correctly, the purple and green ones, pink and green ones, whatever, those are fighters, and the scouts are actual capital ships.
The scouts are starships. Capital ships means something slightly different in the system. They're 100 tons, so they are significantly smaller. You're a 400-ton vessel, they're a 100-ton vessel. But they are very dangerous pirate ships.
Gunships, got it.
They shoot missiles, so I should shoot a missile at one of the scouts.
Do as I grew up doing the space thing, and I did the marine space thing and lots of space things, do I have a general knowledge of like how durable those ships are?
The Vargar are very famous pirate ships, and you would have engaged them multiple times. All of the military members here that have been involved in space combat would have dealt with Vargar pirates. They're very, very common. So it's safe to say you would have a pretty good idea of their durability. Yes.
How many missiles would it, on average, take to kill it?
Well, it's got 40 hull points on the big guys and 16 hull points on the small guys.
Okay. Time to get shooting.
All right, then I start. Well, yeah. I'm going to shoot a missile.
Okay.
3 missiles.
You guys may want to brainstorm about how to try to close this gap when the convoy is running away from you as quickly as you're closing on it.
Yeah, we need to shoot ahead.
Hey, Junkrat, can you boost the engines, the M drives?
Kind of boost the M drive. I might be able to temporarily give you a boost to thrust too, but it will consume more fuel and it'll put wear and tear on the ship.
Oh, we gotta save the convoy or we don't get paid.
So we can also have the convoy turn. Right, if the convoy turns this way, over to this side of the map.
Yeah, you're assuming that they're going to listen to you?
That's true, but brainstorming. But if they go this way, then it's safe to assume that these guys are going to fall in behind them, and we got free shots at the bad guys, and we'll close distance faster. But again, that puts their rears to the pirates and their cargo ships. So that anyway, that's my idea. Step 2, wait, like power through our fuel and speed up. Anybody else got ideas?
You can call ahead and tell them to stop too.
Yeah, just let them know our situation, right? Let them know that we're traveling at the same speed and we're unable to get there to support them unless they do something, right? Slow down, stop, turn around.
Just so we're all on the same page, stopping in a gunfight in a space fight is never a good idea.
It's practically the same thing with turning. Right now, they're trying to burn for maximum speed to the safety of the starport. There's a big station off in the distance that they can get to that can actually legitimately, like, these fighters won't follow them there and it'll destroy them, and they're burning as hard as they can towards it. Every turn of thrust accelerates them further towards it. Asking them to go in any other direction means they lose that momentum.
No, that makes sense that they're actually trying to go to safety. I get that. That's cool. Got it.
There's also the point of if, like, are the pirates flying straight at them? Or are they, like, just swarming around them?
So the pirates are currently on a slightly offset course, but they are heading roughly towards them. Enough that they are going to have to turn around and burn back, it I think is what you're asking.
Yeah, like, are they, like, if the flotilla survives plowing through them, like, that puts the flotilla between, or the pirates between the Raven and us.
Mm-hmm. Which for the scouts, for the scout, the ones firing the missiles, that's something where that's going to work the way you think it is. The fighters are thrust 9.
Yeah, no, they're just going to turn around and do fighter things.
Yeah.
All right, well, somebody move the ship forward, and then I'll shoot a missile, and we'll get this shit going.
We can shoot more than one missile at a time.
Please stop moving the thing around. I've had to reset this thing's distance like 4 times. It's in a specific spot.
So, math real quick.
At long range, it will take 1 turn for the missiles to reach their targets. You may fire multiple missiles up to expending your entire rack in 1 salvo if you want. But you may only engage 1 target.
I'm gonna launch 3 missiles at this scout.
Okay.
At which one? Sorry, I wasn't. It's safe to say that 3 should be enough to take it out.
I hope so.
I believe they do 4d damage each, but I'm looking it up right now.
Yes, they do. At least that's what I have in my notes that you told us the other day.
Well, that's it then. They do 4d damage, and the scouts have a hull of 40. So. Alright, so you're firing 3 missiles at this target. It takes 1 turn for them to get there. You've asked Junkrat to boost the engines, correct?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh, she passes. Boosting the engines was, by the way, the correct choice. Someone read the book, understood what to do, and said a thing. Just so that there's no doubt there that reading the book is what just saved you and made this a doable thing.
Lucas sat in the chair to help with that piloting now that we're going twice as fast. But once we get close enough, he's sprinting back to his turret.
Yeah, so on average, with 4d6, we'll be able to severely damage, if not destroy, with 3 missiles. But that is completely in averages, so don't let me roll the dice.
I'm only going to roll the dice for their 2 hits when they get within range. You guys are going to roll the damage. Okay, so let me go through their stuff real quick. Good guy fighters. Bad guy fighters. Okay. So you guys are watching, and the fighter combat is something that you can kind of only just watch as it comes in. The fighters for the convoy divide into pairs, and they're just zipping around. They're built for these high thrust maneuvers. They don't waste any space on jump drives. It's all engine and guns for these things. And they unload some shots, and one of the enemy fighters is completely dispatched during the ensuing dogfight. Several missiles are launched, and the fighters are able to shoot the missiles down as well. So the good guys are doing pretty good right now. The 3 scout ships don't seem to have noticed. Oh, wait. Let me roll one more thing, just to be safe. Oh, okay. Yeah, so your missile salvo seems to have gone completely unnoticed. You are at the edge of long range, so I'm going to say that you're going to be able to go into medium range on the next turn, and now we need to roll for the missiles to hit. So that's salvo 1. Salvo 2. And that's salvo 3. 2 of your salvos hit. Roll 2 sets of 4d6.
First set 15. Second set 13.
28. Okay. Okay. So those missiles, they collide with it. Great hits. In the back of the ship, where you're sitting in your turret, Taylor, you can physically feel G-forces, which is not something you're used to feeling because there's internal dampeners on the ship and gravity plating and stuff. So you don't normally feel a spaceship's maneuvers. The fact that you can A, feel the acceleration, and B, hear the engines straining as though they're about to rattle out of their housings, whatever Junkrat has done, there is a solid amount of thrust being provided.
Hold it together, stranger.
Okay. What would you guys like to do for your next round? It's your turn again.
We've hit medium range.
You've hit medium range. That's correct.
Excellent. Luca finally fidgets out of his chair and sprints back up, and now he's in his turret.
Okay.
That turret has medium range.
I don't think it does. It's a beam. It's not a pulse laser. It's a beam laser.
Beam laser on 168 says range medium. Pulse laser has a long range.
Okay, hold on. Let me double checking something. I don't use the core rulebook, that's why it's taking so long for me to look this up. I use the actual High Guard book.
Captain, you can improve initiative role, leadership role, and you can apply that to the initiative of our spacecraft during the next round.
Just so we're all on the same page, nobody wants me to roll a leadership role. My leadership is -3.
Okay.
Well, Captain, if you'll let me.
Yeah.
So, looking at... Oh, that's the wrong one. So, medium range... Medium range is a -1 penalty. Beam lasers +4. That nets out to +3. It is medium range to shoot a beam laser. I believe that's a double beam laser turret. So it's
Yes.
1d6 +1.
So this is just a regular 8 to pass.
Well, yes, but you get a +3.
I rolled an 8. I have a 2 dexterity for a 10. 3 is a 13.
Okay. Carry over that effect to your shot. You didn't call out who you were shooting at, but I'd like you to do that in the future.
Oh, sorry. That first one was the closest one, right?
Okay. So go ahead and take a -6 to your attack
Because he was real fast.
because he's using his thrust for dodge. He can allocate up to 8 points of thrust for dodge.
13 minus 6 is still 7. I missed.
Okay.
Player point.
Can I player point to hit him?
You can. It's combat. All right, guys, we need to make a house rule here because I've been going back and forth on this.
I wouldn't use it for combat. You're right.
I wasn't going to use it for combat because if I do that, I need to start letting the bad guys do it. And
Oh, shit.
Nope.
I didn't know
Nope.
bad guys got player points.
well, they don't. So I'd have to come up with a system to do that. Because anything I give you,
Yeah.
I generally give the bad guys in combat.
Yeah, I see the point of not using it in combat.
So
So I'm gonna write
As
down
I'm-
in my book house rule. We all agree, no player points for combat.
That guy's fast. Watch out.
so random question here on the as I'm trying to find it in here, but not doing a very good job. So he used the 6 of 8 points of thrust. does that mean he can't use 8 points on the next thing that he's dodging this round? Like if those fighters go after him?
Yeah, no, once you expend it, like if something else attacks him, or even if another one of the players were to attack him, he doesn't get those points back. He has to spend them. It comes down.
Got it. So one way or the other, like we messed him up. Got it.
Okay. So Kizik shot. Dodubs, what you doing?
Well, I am not shooting at anything. I don't have any of that. If possible, if you can come back around to me.
Sure.
Do you have the core rulebook, though, Dubs?
I do.
Check out page 173 while you're waiting.
Copy 173.
So, Captain, what are you doing?
Making sure that we're driving straight forward, and yeah, that's about it. Watching everything unfold, because right now it's really just drive and shoot. How about I'm going to look over my sensor operator's shoulder and be like, Aiden, make sure you're looking for missile launches and things like that now that they know we're here.
Copy that.
Okay.
Yep, that's what I'm doing at the moment in my 6 seconds.
That brings us back to, we're not 6 seconds, we're still 60 seconds. Once we get into dogfighting range, that's when you go to 6 seconds.
And I'm looking over all the control stuff to see how the engines are functioning and whatnot to make sure we're still stable as we're going full burn. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
I got an 8 on that sensors check for looking for incoming.
Okay. So we're going to call that a perception check. Okay. Well, they haven't had their turn yet, but I will keep that in mind. I believe that it concludes the entire ship's turn. Everybody's went, right?
Did we fire our missiles this turn?
I don't think I did.
You did not.
Fire 4.
You can.
Same.
Okay, if you haven't gone, you can fire.
Okay. Yep. I want to fire 4 missiles this time, and I'm still going to. Oh, you know what?
If
I recommend that heavy fighter, right? Because it expended its movement.
Yep.
You want to fire 4 missiles at that fighter.
That's a bad plan.
Yeah, that's a bad plan. I'm going to do 4 at the scout.
So this scout only has 12 hit points left. It has less hit points than the fighter does.
Oh, that's a good point, too.
Like 4 at this scout, maybe.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so you're going to fire 4 missiles at that target. It's at medium range. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You need to go ahead and roll me a gunnery check because you are at medium range. And medium below is immediate, meaning I don't do the roll. You do the roll.
Oh.
Yeah.
You got this.
You need to.
So it goes off my gunner.
You need to roll once. Yes, it goes off your gunner. You need to roll once for each missile fired.
All right. So first one. Ugh. 6. Okay, first one was 6. Second one is 9. The third one is a 7. And the fourth one is an 8.
Okay, 2 hits.
Excellent.
You could just roll 4. Yeah, there you go. And then add them all up.
Yep. So that's 9 and 16.
16. 9 and 16 or 16 total?
Oh, 9 and 16.
Okay.
25.
Okay. Excellent. So we've got two rather badly damaged scouts. As those missiles plow in, I believe you have 3 left in your rack.
I do. I have 3.
Okay, just remember that they are manual reloads. So
Yes, I've been reading on that.
yeah. Oh, you have. Excellent. Because I hadn't actually looked into the rules yet. Reload turret gunner. During prolonged battles, you may run out of missiles. Turret may be reloaded by any traveler with gunner skill, but it will be unable to make any attacks that round. Oh, you don't have to roll for it. That's not bad. I thought it was going to be way worse than that.
The way I read it, it would still be a gunner check, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It just says you have to have the gunner skill.
I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, I don't think it says you have to make a check for it. Because it was a manual reload, I was expecting it to be, although maybe that doesn't cover manual reloads, but we'll go into that more later. We're not going to dwell on that right this second. What we are going to do is let the bad guys go, because their first set was boxcars. But Aiden rolled a good enough check to notice that missiles are being fired. 4 missiles have been launched at the Perfect Stranger. 2 from each of these back scouts that have been hit. And they are all incoming. Their time on target will be more or less immediate.
Homer's got this.
I was about to say, as a reaction, I'm going to let Homer fire his sandcaster to help diminish the effects. He's going to disperse sand. Okay. That's a 9 plus 2. So he's got an 11. Okay. 1d plus the effect of the check to the ship's armor against the laser attack only. What about the missiles? Oh, does it not work against missiles? I thought it did. If the gunner turret check is successful, boarding party, yeah, we know how to slice up a boarding party. We've done that. Oh, it's not the sandcaster, it's the beam laser you use for point defense. And he's already fired. Point defense may only be performed against missile salvos as they are about to make their attack roll against the target. Missiles are too small and too fast to be targeted at greater ranges. The gunner may only attempt one point defense once every round. Okay, so I'm going to say that means you can do it as a reaction. But you
Can our sensor guy use electronic warfare against him?
But you only get 1. Well, see, the thing is, it's immediate. So how do you determine which round that you make that check in? Is that a reaction that he can do? Oh, it is a reaction. Yep, it's under the reactions tab. Or is it?
It's just under the countermeasures.
It's on 172 under reactions. Evasive actions, another reaction.
Hold on a second. That's not accurate. Up on 171, it says reactions, and it lists a group of actions, and then it says action step. So actions are everything that's under the next part.
Yeah,
Point defense is reaction. Electronic warfare is action.
That makes sense, too. So he can do it. He could have done it in the last... Like, if he'd done it in the last round, he could have done it.
Yeah, had we known that there were missiles coming. But
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, Kizik, you can fire one of the missiles.
I rolled an 8. I got a +2, +4 for a 14.
A turret equipped with 2 lasers gets a +1 to this check. Doesn't look like you have to do anything but pass, if I'm reading this correct.
The effect of the check will remove that many missiles from the salvo.
Yeah, that's what you want. That's what I was looking for. I don't see it yet, but that's what I was looking for. Oh, there it is. Okay. In the core rulebook, it's nice and easy to find. Okay. So So what's the effect of your check? Because they launch 4 missiles.
If 8 is passing, I got a 15, so 7.
Okay, well that's enough to disperse all the missiles. Kizik is a hero, and is that beam laser.
Holy shit!
That beam laser is sitting there glowing red as he's done, but all the missiles are gone.
So you shoot 7 times, but knock 4 missiles out of the air.
Or he shoots 7 times, but he hits 1 missile more than once.
Right.
Okay. All right. So that's awesome. Let me roll the fighter craft. Oh, bad guys did pretty good this time. Okay, this guy's a little hobbled because he's used his thrust, so he doesn't get his full thrust score. This guy's left, but he does boxcars, so I'm going to say he knocks out a fighter. Can only really target one at a time with his pulse laser, so I'm not going to give him a double one. Okay. You guys are still burning hard. Junkrat is going to call up to the bridge and be like, I cannot sustain this level of thrust for any longer unless you want me to start causing physical damage to the engines.
Don't do that.
We're going to have to drop to thrust 1 then.
Sure.
Okay.
We should have gotten enough thrust built up that momentum should catch us up to the fleet.
Well,
Because we're
no, because you accelerated, but they've been
Yep.
accelerating.
Okay, fair enough.
So, but it's okay because what's going to happen is these guys are going to slip past. And now that you are heading this fast, you're going to be close enough in that you can like be amongst these. This fur ball, you're going to have to, the heavy fighters are also attacking. They didn't roll very well last time. I'm going to say they were maneuvering between the ships to try to get in here. And the Raven has come back around, and it's actually trying to get like on this guy's tail. You were pretty sure its weapons were offline, so you don't know what's going on here, but it looks like it's maneuvering for a shot.
Sweet.
And I believe that brings us back to you guys' round.
I have 3 left, Captain. You want me to hit the scout?
Before you do that, I'd like to put a sensors lock on the scout that you're choosing.
Yeah, cool.
So we'll put a lock. I'll put a sensors lock on the one that you're targeting.
Do you roll?
And I don't pass that. I got a 4.
It was a good thought though.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm still going to target that one, and I'm going to fire all 3 missiles.
Which one?
This one in the front. It's got 28 health, right? Or that's
it's-
28 damage.
It's
It is
20,
12 health.
yeah, 28 damage done to it. It's got 12 health.
Right.
The other one has 25 damage done to it. And the last one is clean.
I could just go for that scout too.
The rest of them are still fighting us. Like, I think we should take out the other ones.
Yeah, I think so too. I can only target one at a time, and I might as well fire the last 3 in this magazine.
Well, so again, between our lasers and whatnot, if we shoot 2 at this guy with 15 health left, I say we take him out, and then our lasers go at this guy, and we trust the little heavy fighters, our heavy fighters, to take out their heavy fighters.
Okay.
Just my thinking.
Right.
And so next turn we can put another missile into this guy. And hopefully the Raven can help us out with this guy.
All right. I fire 2 at this scout back here. Aye, aye, Captain. So that gunnery check for the first missile. Ooh, 5. The second missile. 7.
Okay.
I think I missed both shots.
You did. It's 8 to pass in combat.
Next up.
Got 3 other crew members, plus NPCs if you want them to do anything.
I think I gotta hold to be point defense.
No, I don't think so. Unless you can see something in that rule that I don't, it's a reaction. You get reactions for free. As long as you're in the turret already performing the gunnery role, you should be able to disperse sands, point defense, or evasive action as the pilot.
What I don't want to be like this, but the under point defense for gunner that I see, it says, note that a weapon used for point defense cannot be used to make attacks in the same combat round.
Oh.
And vice versa.
Okay, so you have a double turret. It says the same weapon. My interpretation of that is you can hold one of your laser cannons for point defense and use the other for attack. You'll just lose your +1 on both.
I can get with that.
That's one of the reasons you would want a triple or double turret, right? Is to have more guns to shoot with.
Left hand accent, or left hand's offense, right hand's defense. I'm going to take a shot at the same alien. Can I make it that far, or do I have like direct line of sight?
Because they're closing on you, you guys are just about within close range. They're still technically at medium, but they're at like the outside of medium.
All right, I'm going to take a shot at the alien scout that is the most hurt.
Okay. Chimp. He's going to use 1 point of thrust to give you a negative DM for a dodge.
So I'm still at medium range. So that's -1. He dodged. That's -1. It's a laser turret. That's +4. I rolled an 8. I got a 2 in dexterity, and I got a 2 from ± dexterity, or not just turrets versus movement, for a 12. I rolled a 3 plus a 4 is a 7.
Okay. So that puts him at 35. 5 hit points left on that guy. He is pretty effed up. All right. Thodubs and Ronan.
I already attempted the laser lock this, or not this, the sensors lock this time. Do I get another one?
That wasn't this time. That was last time, wasn't it?
No, he tried to and failed to do a sensor lock before we fired.
Oh, okay.
missile.
It was this turn. Okay. Ronan.
I'm going to let Ray and Aiden do their thing on the bridge because I can't do much now that we're almost dogfighting. So I'm gonna, in the odd attempt that the opportunity presents itself, I'm gonna go get my vac suit on and get my rifle, and if I get close to one of these things, I'm gonna jump out of the ship.
Okay.
It's like the dumbest thing I've ever done, but
You need a pretty decent vac suit check to put it on inside of the 60 seconds you have available. Generally, it takes a minimum of 2 minutes. But if you pass a difficult 10 plus vac suit check, I'll say that you have it on at the beginning of the next round.
I finally roll good. 11.
Yes, because that's the check you want to do that on, and not the jumping between starships.
Right? Hey guys, you're about to lose your skipper. But we're doing this.
Okay, you are suited and booted and ready to go. Do you want anyone else to be suited and booted and ready to go with you? Because your NPCs haven't been doing much except for Ray.
Junkrat's been making sure we don't blow up while going faster.
That is true.
And Homer's been sandcasting. which I expect him to continue doing.
So are you at the airlock at 18? Is that where you're at?
That's where I'm at.
Okay, well, I'm going to take the next most logical crew member and put them there with you.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what a team.
I mean, anyone else is welcome if the opportunity comes up to do a boarding action. Anyone else is welcome to do it. It's absolutely a viable tactic. Okay, so that's everybody is gone. Need to roll the bad guys.
Come out of your turret.
Okay.
Yeah, because, well, I mean, I have one missile left, and then I got to reload.
You have a whole other like triple beam turret back there.
It's true.
I'm
Okay.
with you in spirit.
Let's be honest. Like, it's 2 people on a bad guy ship. Like, this is probably not the smartest thing. But I'm not doing much else sitting on the bridge, so.
You guys are totally aware of the crew complements of the ships that are available because you have fought these things many, many times. There is a maximum crew of 4 on the scouts, and the fighters are single-man vehicles. The fact that they're shooting missiles at the big ships means that they probably don't intend to board. They just want to scoop up cargo and run away.
I got this. We're doing this.
So, rolling Scout 1. Scout 1 is this guy. Scout 1 is going to try to burn away. Now, the problem with Scout 1 is Scout 1 has already used a point of his thrust to make something harder, so he is going to move away very slowly. Since he's moved to a rear aspect, he's going to fire the last of his missiles. Well, I guess the last of his missiles in this reload. And he needs to make a gunnery check to do that. He rolls exactly an 8. And that means that it is now reaction shot time for the crew.
Luca!
You got this.
Rolled a 7. Plus 2 is a 9. Plus 4 is a 13.
Yay.
It's 13. Fired 4. So you were good. You shoot down all 4 missiles. Okay. So his shots are done and he's turning away very slowly. Second scout. Ooh. Second scout unloads a full volley of missiles into this convoy transport. Several of its cargo containers are blasted off the side and it starts skewing to like a corkscrew as the gas of whatever was in one of the tanks is now venting like an uncontrollable thruster.
Shit.
It's in deep shit. I have changed its color so we can kind of tell which different thing is happening. And the fighters and the good guy fighters. Okay, good guy fighters managed to take out another fighter, so there's only one fighter left. Oh, I forgot there's another scout. Totally forgot. And the Raven. Alright, so that'll be the other scout. And that'll be the Raven. Okay. The Raven pulls up beside this ship in like a aerobatic maneuver worthy of Top Gun and docks with this scout. Turns out they did have weapons left.
Like flips upside down.
Yep.
And goes nuts to butts.
Yep. You guys are familiar enough with this system to know that while there's more people on board that picket boat, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people on board that picket boat. It's still a close-in boarding action. So that's a very scary scenario happening over there.
Yeah.
All right. I believe that is all the NPCs have gone, and we are at the top of the round again. Captain, there's a slew of distress calls coming from the wounded ship, which is spiraling out of control and away from the formation. The good news is that the rest of the convoy is probably going to get far enough away that the pirates won't be able to catch up to it.
We have one missile left, correct?
Yes, in the salvo. But you said I also have a laser turret back here.
Yep.
You have a triple laser turret, yep. But you've got to have Raymond flip the ass of the ship.
Right. We gotta.
Yeah,
Sorry, didn't mean to move it.
it's all good.
Alright, if we can get close to this one so I can jump out of a spaceship on it while firing a missile at this one and our laser at this one. And hopefully that will kill everything enough to save this guy. Yeah, that's my plan.
Okay, so
Captain.
you order Ray to initiate a boarding action against the scout that is already being boarded.
Yes, we're gonna help.
Okay. There's currently a ship on the airlock, the only airlock of the scout. How do you intend to board? There are ways to do it. There's a docking space for an air raft, and there's a cargo hatch, but you'd have to bypass them somehow.
Or we missile this guy and board this guy.
Okay, that's also an option.
Yep, that's
Whichever one you decide, let me get my missile, let me get my sensors lock on it.
So we'll missile this guy, and we'll board this guy.
Okay, so
Okay.
missile lock on that guy.
And shoot lasers at one of these two if we miss with the missile.
Go for
Now,
it.
if I understand this, the sensors lock is actually good for all shooting at it, right? It's not just missiles.
Correct.
Yes.
So you might be good just throwing everything at it. But okay, I'll roll for sensors.
Well, it doesn't have enough hit points left to have to worry about that. You'd have to roll all ones with the missile in order to not kill it at this point.
Oh. So got a 7.
There's a 7 for your sensors.
Oh, sorry, 8 sensors. My fault. Sorry, it is 7 for sensors. Sorry, I rolled the 6 plus 1.
Oh.
Fortunately, it doesn't do it.
Nope.
Ghost, what are you? Was you shooting at this one?
Yeah, I'm still gonna shoot at this one.
Okay.
Yeah, fire the missile. That's a 10. Woohoo!
Carry your effect. Well, technically, you don't have to roll. You can if you want to.
But yes, I carry an effect over 2.
Holy crap!
23.
Where was that? The first
What a waste
7
of.
missiles?
I did 7 damage that other time. That was ridiculous.
You know, just because I'm an asshole, they have a beam turret.
Oh, and they shoot it down?
I'm going to give them a reaction shot. Oh, wait, nope. They rolled a 6. That doesn't pass. So they try to shoot it down, but they fail. And your missile careens into the fuel tank, which causes it to blow up real pretty. Nope, all dead.
Nice.
Okay. With that ship an expanding ball of gas, we have Ray needs to roll his check to commence a boarding action, and Kizik needs to do what he needs to do.
I'm taking a shot at this heavy fighter, trying to keep him off our tail as we're trying to board his buddy. But just with one laser. Rolled a... Oh, is he dodging me?
Which one? The fighter?
The little fighter
Oh,
guy.
absolutely. We're gonna take a -3.
Oh, that's not enough. 9 plus 2 is 11. Plus 4 is 15 minus 3 is 12.
Roll your damage. He has 16 hit points.
I'll take 7 of those.
Okay. So you wing him. He's definitely hurt. And he's used up some of his thrust he was going to use for combat. Okay. So Ray is trying to maneuver. You want to dock with this one now, right?
Yep.
Okay. So Ray has basically come around this way. You guys are now in adjacent range. And he just barely, and I mean just barely, like he's having like a piloting dogfight match with this guy because this guy knows what he's trying to do and is trying to stop him. But at the very end of it, there's the click and seal of a dock as your airlock at 18 latches on to a Vargar Aten scout.
Been nice knowing all of you. We're gonna have some fun. At least I didn't have to jump out of the ship to get to it.
All right, so now, whenever it's Ronan's turn, we are going to go to a very quick and dirty version of boarding party scout or boarding party thing. Do I have a Vargar readily available? Probably not. We're gonna
I'll leave K62 behind. He's my blade partner. Oh, he's got a katana. Holy shit.
Yes. And I have a flamethrower. And a laser rifle.
Can he
It's
be
gonna be
wearing
good
his
time.
armor?
I don't think any of us took the time to put it on him.
He could have donned it himself. He's a smart man.
And it's kind of like putting on the Iron Man suit though, because it's bolted on. So he's sporting a katana. I would like to point out that there's a lot of things that can go wrong here, and
Yeah.
I am concerned for your well-being. But it is your turn, Ronan. What would you like to do?
So for boarding actions, does Highguard have a whole different set of them than the one page of boarding actions that is in the core rulebook on 175?
So let me tell you how I do boarding actions after having read the entirety of the core rulebook and Highguard. Both of their rule sets are different and suck ass. Yes, there are different rule books or different rules in Highguard. Ignore all of them. We're going to use personal combat with the fact that you need to understand everything that's going on. First and foremost, you have an iris door closed in front of you. You're latched on, but there's a closed door. You have to get past that iris door. How are you going to do it?
Oh, where's our little iris thingy? I remember this. I'm so not the person to do this. But it looked like fun.
It is fun, and it's a question of who you brought with you as well, because, let me get my robot book. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, K62 might be able to help you with that door.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me, Captain. And he just puts his arm into it, just rotates very, very quickly.
Yeah, R2D2 style, plugs it in there and makes it open. Yeah.
Alright. Here we go. I'm back. I have a thing I need. Alright, so what are you going to do about this airlock door?
K62, request you open the door.
Alright, that is not an adequate level of command.
K62, where's that?
You need to tell him what you want him to do to open the door.
Looking. Hack the door. Yep. Hack the door.
You want him to hack. Okay, that is a computer skill. Okay. He has a 1 in that. I believe it's a 12 to open it. Is that correct? You guys are looking at the actual lock popping book. Doesn't matter. He rolled a 4 with +1 is 5.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Civilians are 10. Anything higher is a 12 or a 14.
Yeah, every Vargar pirate ship is a military vessel. This is their actual military.
So K62 is like, wouldn't it be funny if it was 1, 2, 3, 4, like it was in Spaceballs? He tries it and it doesn't work.
It's like, they're not that smart. This might work. All right, and that's going to have to be Ronan's turn. So
Maybe we should jam their systems.
you should jam their systems, because right now I'm going to roll for them.
Raspberry.
Okay, so bad guy you are attached to attempts to break the airlock off. Raymond keeps him in check. Fighter group bad guy rolls a 7. Fighter group good guy rolls a 9. Fighter group is already damaged. Fighter group is dead. Bad guy fighters just get swamped by these guys. Okay. Boarding actions over on the Raven. You can't really see what's going on. Things are happening. Okay. I believe that brings us to the top of the round. What would you guys like to do?
Give him the old raspberry.
Should we go for raspberry?
But it's an interesting concept. I mean, if you really wanted to go down the hacking path, he could get up out of his chair, walk over to the other ship, like where they're doing the boarding, and try to hack into the actual ship, like, but help with the iris valve. With that said, right now Aiden is not in a vac suit. So if the enemy pilot successfully breaks the airlock connection, you are just vented into space.
That's not good.
One of these days, I'm going to remember to buy naval level breaching charges.
In this situation, I think it does as much damage to you as to them.
Well, that's true. But it'd still be fun. Okay, sorry, still rereading everything.
I'd like to point out that both of the enemy ships that are still in the fight are in the middle of boarding actions. So there isn't going to be much to do from a starship combat perspective.
Get my... So the ship's not doing much right now. Get Junkrat, who's already in her vac suit because she lives in her vac suit, up here.
Okay. In 6 seconds, she can make it up to the airlock.
And we are going to start removing panels around. I can't remove out external panels, can I? Like, that'd be very difficult to do.
With the right tools, you can. If you have, for instance, a cutting torch that is designed to cut through silicon armor or crystalline armor. There's also pop shocking. There's a lot of things you can do. Like, that book is full of all sorts of things.
I'm going to reload the turret. That's easy enough.
Okay. You're going to reload the turret.
I'm gonna start putting on a vac suit.
I'm gonna... K62 and I are going to attempt to... because we do have a cutting torch thing somewhere around here. Because it's been hanging around forever.
Yes, but is that cutting torch designed to cut the crystalline armor, meaning is it TL-13?
That's what I wanted to look at, but I don't think it is.
I think it's a standard cutting torch, which is useful in a lot of situations, but not in cutting through starship hulls. There is a set of... you're really stuck on that, but there is a set of rules that just says go do these things to pop it open. There's like a task chain you can do.
That's what I'm looking for. Slowly but surely. Oh.
While you're doing that, Dubs, what are you doing?
Getting lost in a book. Sorry. Let me back to this. So we didn't want to do the raspberry. So
Well, it didn't want to as much as what are you gonna like? Both ships are now involved in a boarding action.
right. Yeah, so that's not kind of pointless. I'm actually going to start getting set up in my vac suit as well.
Okay, both of you can give me vac suit rolls.
Got a 10.
Okay. Well, at the beginning of the next round, you're going to be in your vac suit.
The vac suit 12.
You're going to be in your vac suit as well. Okay.
All right. I'm gonna do this mechanically locked kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
I'm assuming the iris valve is powered because it's a ship airlock.
That's correct.
So I need to open the surrounding panels.
Okay. That should be a task chain check that you should be able to do.
Yep. Where's the thingy?
Removing paneling surrounding the inside of an iris valve requires a routine 6 engineer or mechanics check with 1d minutes dexterity. So it's your engineer mechanics paired with dex. It's 1d minutes, and you need a 6 or more.
All right. I'm so not the person to do these things.
You are welcome to bring in K62 to substitute this check if you would like.
K62, I need you to do the can he do engineering or mechanic?
Yes, he can. He can do engineering.
Can I get you
actually-
to do the
Actually, he can do either one.
Yeah,
And-
can I get to remove the paneling of that door?
K62 comes up and literally sticks his finger in each of the holes, and his fingers are all drills, and they spin all the bolts out, and he has the panels off in record time.
Yay!
Okay, now we're back at the top of the round. Anybody can go.
Go. Get in there. Do it.
These guys are having a lot of trouble.
Do it.
Reading the right things.
Yep. Alright. We're gonna do this shot poppy thingy.
Okay, you're gonna use a sledgehammer, I'm assuming.
I got a shotgun.
It doesn't work with just any shotgun.
Okay. I will use a sledgehammer because that's all I have then.
That's why.
We
That's why I stated that, because I was waiting for you to be like, no, I totally have a shot popping shotgun. I'd be like, all right, let's figure out where that came from.
You don't want to know that. Alright, so I need to successful athletics check. Nope, dexterity.
Okay.
Dexterity. Roll good.
If you guys want to come through, the airlock will cycle just as they're doing that. That takes one turn.
Oh, only an 8. Close.
Okay. Just for shits and giggles, I'm gonna give. It's a dexterity roll.
Mm-hmm.
Just straight dexterity.
Yep. Successful dex check.
Okay. It's athletics dexterity. That's what I needed. Oh, he doesn't have that, so K62 can't do it either.
Well, what's that? Athletics dexterity, that puts me at a 9, but still not enough. One away.
Okay.
I'm gonna
All
get
of you,
through this
all of you guys
door.
are crammed up against this thing. They're attempting to shake off, so you're feeling the ground underneath you shift as they are actively attempting to shake off the fighter, or the perfect stranger. And Ray is struggling really hard to keep it lined up. Ghost, you've now reloaded the turret. What else do you want to do?
There was no critical hit to us, so I can't repair anything. Man. I'm gonna stay behind on the ship just to make sure nothing comes back over.
Holmes, you needed 1 point to pass.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm not sure how this manifests itself in your mind, but Annika is able to psionically give you an extra point. So actually, no, it's supposed to be a boost dice. So give yourself one more boost dice. Just roll 1 and see if you can get higher score.
Above a 1? I hope so. A 2. Yay.
That's all you needed. So you are actually able, like, you rear back again out of frustration and hit it, and it pops the lock.
Yay. All right. Now we need to hotwire it. Hotwiring. K62, I need you to hotwire this thing.
Captain Junkrat's right beside you. She's an engineer.
Oh, Junkrat. Better. Hotwire this thing open.
Is she better than K62 with that?
You can offline the system, though, right?
It's engineering life support.
Oh, it's an engineering life support check.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And you want Junkrat to make the roll.
Yep.
Oh, she rolled a 4. She has a +1 and a +1, so that's a 6. That doesn't quite get it done. So, with all the maneuvering of, vac suits in tight spaces, she isn't quite able to get where she needs to do to accomplish that.
Okay.
Who wants to do something else?
That's the last piece.
That's everybody?
Well,
I didn't officially do anything yet.
Okay, what would you like to do?
Can I run, through engineering? Can I jam their comms? I don't think it ever happened, did it?
Is jam comms even a thing?
it's called electronic warfare.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yes.
So let me go ahead and say, you don't need to roll for it, because it's not going to do anything for you.
I just don't want them to call out anymore.
Okay, I mean, there was no calling out to begin with. It is a pirate raiding party in a hostile system. They are the only ones here. But yes, you may do that for flavor purposes. You don't need to roll for it.
All right. While they're trying to bypass the engineering, can I get a USB in and try to just hack the whole system?
Sure, you want to try. So you're not plugging into the. Ooh. No, because the airlock is an isolated system. You could try to wirelessly do it if you wanted to come in through their comms array.
All right, then.
That's the other option to get it open, is to hack the security software.
Yes, but that's not what he's doing. That's very specifically what he said, is that's not what he's doing. See, the airlock is its own isolated subsystem. Hacking the ship won't hack the airlock and vice versa. So what he's doing is he's trying to go into the ship's other systems from the outside.
Okay, thank you.
Military systems, I believe, are going to be a 12 to pass.
You got this.
I was close. I rolled a 8 -4.
Okay. Anybody else? That's it, right? It's their turn to try to shake loose again.
Mm-hmm.
This may not be good. By 1 point, Raymond manages to hang on. This ship's pilot is trying frantically and is a decent pilot. If you guys look through the window and the valve, you can see faint movement on the other side. Someone has passed through the window on the other side of the airlock several times at this point. enough that you would have noticed.
Yeehaw. Alright, K62, open it up. Junkrat, as soon as that thing starts opening, we flamethrower the crap out of everything on the other side.
So, hold on. Junkrat failed her check to do the life support thing. Does this thing still open? Because you said that's the last thing, as though she had passed her check, but she didn't pass her check.
No, there's two different ways to do it on this last one over here. Is either to bypass or hotwire by bypassing it, or to hack the security software. It's this last block right here.
Okay. So which one of those have you done?
We have tried bypassing the control panel one. The hotwire one.
But you haven't passed that yet.
No.
Okay. So you want K62 to do that?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. When you said just open it, I thought you meant literally just open the door.
Oh, no, we are not. No.
Okay, so that's an electronics check?
That is the engineering life support check.
Okay. That is an 8 exactly. What is it to pass?
Successful 8.
There we go.
Engineer life support.
He does it. The door opens, and you guys rush in, I'm assuming.
Flamethrowers.
Oh, flamethrowers first? Is that what we're doing? Give me your rolls for your flamethrower checks.
What kind of weapon does flamethrower?
It's a heavy weapon. Heavy weapon man portable, I believe, is what it's called.
Yep.
Actually, it might be an energy weapon. But your suit versions would be heavy weapon man portable because they're the big ones.
Sweet. 9.
Okay. Ooh. I just found out something about that. It's important. Oh, shit. Oh, that dice is gone. Drop dice don't count. Junkrat is helping you. She rolled a natural 10 plus her skill. Okay, so that's a 11. And a flamethrower at this rate does 4d damage. You can go ahead and roll your damage too, because you hit as well.
And there's all my ones. 11.
She only got a 9 damage, so she's right there with you. She got Snake Eyes, a 3, and a 4.
I got Snake Eyes, a 3 and a 6.
So, how much is that total?
9 and 11 is 20.
That's enough of the flamethrower. You do hear some howling and screaming on the other side of the airlock, and a completely on fire Vargar comes running across the hallway where they had been sitting in wait for you. And then there are a series of explosions, and there is Vargar gelatin sprayed all over you guys as the landmines that he had been setting all go off in the flamethrower mix. It is a pretty graphic, gory scene on the other side of this very thin corridor. Stand by for just one more second, and I'll get you a bat.
Oh shit.
Luca had his tablet out. He was ready to attack. Like he's trying to magnet that to himself and get his shotgun out. And he looks up. There's Vargar on fire, landing on a mine, turning into Vargar mist.
Sorry, I just really want to do a boarding thing.
Nope, I love every part of this. This has been my favorite so far. And we're not even going to make it all the way to the starport tonight, but it's fine.
We might have an extra ship.
It doesn't completely work like that. But we'll get to that if it becomes an issue. I realize that this is not the two-dimensional top-down you're used to, but this is something that oh, I didn't know it was going to do it like that. That's fine. We'll just do it like that. Why did it do it like that? too
A
small. We
flamethrower
can't
is
deal with
a
it.
heavy weapon.
Well, there's different varieties of flamethrowers. So there's hand flamer, then there's flame rifle, and then there's flamethrower. Flamethrower is the heavy man portable version, which is the 4D version. That's a little bit more readable, I think. So you guys have boarded here. We're going to have to use a little bit of Theater of the Mind because I'm not going to be able to put your tokens on here. But you guys have just come in through this airlock, and in this hallway, right here behind this second inner airlock door, is where you guys shot the flamethrowers through this iris set and toasted the Vargar right on this side of it, and there was a series of explosions. Okay? Where are each of you going? The guys who shot the flamethrowers have already gone. And K62 opened the door, so it's got to be other people.
So are we just following the flamethrower guys through? I mean, are you guys going through the whole ship, and we're just gonna be behind you, or
Any normal boarding action, like you breach, which we just did, and now our priorities need to be the bridge or engineering, or preferably both. Because with those two things, you control the ship.
We've done this before. We know where the bridge is.
Like I said,
we fought these pirates
you
before.
guys have fought these guys so many times. You would have done this before.
Yeah, bridge is up here.
all right?
Yeah.
So I'm heading to the bridge then, which looks like it's up through this area, right through here. Looks like.
Okay. There is a standard door. It's an inner iris valve, so it's an inside door. But it is locked. How do you want to get through it?
I am going to let somebody behind me with some computer experience know that it's locked. I'm not gonna go through that.
So it's still an iris thing. I have to hack it.
You don't have to do it that way. So interior doors and airlocks work very differently. For an interior door, you can hack it. You can use a Prius crank or an airlock crank to simply crank it open. Those are usually found in the ship's lockers, like in airlocks. There's a number of other methods you can use for breaching a room in a ship. But yeah, there are a couple of different options other than just I hack it. But iHackIt is also a acceptable solution. The problem is I thought you had already gone. I could be wrong.
No, I hadn't made it in yet.
Yeah.
Again, being the bearer of bad news because of what I said about bridges and engine rooms. The book down here says the bridges and engine rooms are usually space, like exterior level iris valves.
Oh, there you go. So it is like so you have to go through the whole process again, or find another way in.
We're on the inside now. Can I grab the cutting torch that they had as we passed them and start cutting through the wall beside the iris valve?
Yeah, it's going to take a while.
Are we still able to use the iris valve tools on the exterior iris valves?
You have to follow the same flow he went through earlier. There's a chart you have to go through.
Yep. I'm just saying I don't have one of the tools, so I would need to go and get one of the tools.
The tool that I used was a sledgehammer.
Oh, all right. Well,
We ripped the panels off, so we did the mechanically locked valve, and it is powered. So we ripped the panels off, shock popped it, and then engineered it open.
Yeah, so this top one's what I'm talking about. Okay. So digital security locked. Like you can go either way with these. But open surround panel, cut power, and then crank open iris valve. That was what I was thinking you guys were going to be doing.
That's probably an easier way to do it. Inside the ship, yep.
I could be wrong. But I think that's the way.
Then I'm going to start opening the panel.
Okay, that's a mechanics check. realistically, since you're the computer guy, I probably would have let Thodubs open the panel.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can do that.
It's too late now. He's already done it.
Oh, he's already done. Okay.
I got exactly an 8.
Is that what you need? I think it is.
6 is what you need.
6 is what you need. So you remove the paneling. Okay, so now the guts are in there, and I believe the next step is to cut the power.
Yep.
Hot wire, cut power. Hot wiring requires first removing and may either cut power or attach a battery to the inside. Both require a successful average engineer life support to bypass security. Or you can do the digital security, which is a hacking thing, which requires very difficult engineer check. So,
Get him, Holmes. Cut that power.
who's cutting the power?
It's Holmes' turn.
It's not.
I'll say
It's not Holmes'
Well, I
turn.
Oh, sorry, Aiden's turn.
I'll say I can go ahead and do
took
it.
the
Yeah.
wrong person with me.
Okay, so that's a engineer life support check.
Stash chain. Does he get a +2 because I was over?
Sure. It is a task chain.
Rolled an 8 on the dot.
Okay, well, you got a +2, so that carries over. And then the only thing you have to do after that, I believe, is just crank open the door, which that's going to be an athletics check. It'll tell you exactly.
K62 do it.
Yeah, K62 is not, he doesn't actually have athletic strength. He has athletics endurance, and you got to be very careful about how you think of that.
It's good to know if I want to play him after I die.
We'll probably completely re-roll him if that happens.
But it's next turn. We got as many people as we want to crank on that door.
It's just that the robot hasn't gone yet. I was just trying to.
The robot
action
went.
economy.
The robot went. He opened the door so Junkrat and I could torch the guy in the airlock.
Yeah, they're still on their first turn.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I miscounted.
These cranks will open. Well, so we'll count him as a motorized crank when he does get up there, which means that he can open a standard iris valve in the 6-second round. Because they're only going to have hand cranks, and it's going to take you guys 10 minutes to crank this thing open otherwise.
We'll get up here. K62.
Okay, there's no real roll involved in it. He just opens it. So the door opens, and there's a single Vargar hiding behind his chair, and he is going to fire his laser pistol with a 3 at the iris door. He's going to hit the actual door. And it's y'all's turn.
I mean, you could just give up, or we can come in and kill you.
What? Give up? I'm not giving up. This is my ship. I don't know.
K62 looks menacing with the blade.
You're going to need to roll a persuade or leadership or intimidate or whatever if you want to try to talk him down. You need a 7 or higher to pass.
Oh, I might be able to persuade him. I'm the
I'll give
good
you
cop.
a-
I rolled a 6. I have a 1 in persuade and a 0 in social for a 7.
That's a 7 or higher. He's going to be like, hey, wait. On second thought, maybe we can be reasonable about this.
Can I give you my persuade speech?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead. I don't know if that would work on a Vargar. But
I mean, it thinks like you're the last one. Like all of your other ships are down. We've got our buddies who are boarding your other ship. It's this or like you can make a choice.
Perhaps we could work out a deal where you don't hand me over to the authorities. I have a stash.
I'm listening.
Yep, keep talking. Say more, fam.
So, like, when we get down to the planet, you give me a vac suit and the air raft, and I slip out of custody, and I tell you where on the ship you can find a stash of gold bars.
Oh, no.
Sorry,
I'm not-
got some spice to go with those gold bars. Wait, no, that's not who I am. I'm listening, but
I'm not. Junkrat will find it.
the flamethrower flies right past me. Wait, Captain, not in there. This is you gotta drive the ship.
You guys are awful confident that you're going to find a spot that a professional pirate would hide something.
I have a professional salvager who can tear the ship apart. I am confident in Junkrat's abilities.
Yeah, given 6 months to work on it, you're damn right.
See? I win. She'll find it. Just not anytime soon.
I'm gonna say you come on over here and put these cuffs on, and then we can. You were doing a great job trying to shake our ship off. I'm a fellow pilot. Is it just you left on the ship? I say yes. I'm putting handcuffs on him.
I'm
Yeah,
watching
whoa,
the other door.
whoa. All players stop right here. Okay? You're being a bit pushy.
Yep.
Okay? He has not agreed to this. He has a laser pistol pointed at you. Okay? You were doing really good until you started with handcuffs. Okay? He is not going to surrender himself into your custody like that. He'll make a deal with you, or you can shoot him, or try to shoot him. Okay? But you are not entering that bridge without either a combat or successfully convincing him in some way, shape, or form to make a deal. I'd like to also point out that if you shoot the wrong thing in the bridge, the whole ship's going to explode with you in it.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a deal. He says no
You
handcuffs.
said
I
I
say
would
no
never put
handcuffs.
handcuffs on him. Like I'm gonna roll over the GM and say what I want to say.
No handcuffs, no handcuffs. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. We're gonna need to get in there at some point, and I'm 100% down with letting you go. You just fly in a ship.
All right, so we have a deal. I get a vac suit, I get the air raft, you get the location of the bars, and I get off the ship.
Once we hit atmosphere, that's safe for you, right?
I don't need to hit atmosphere to work in a vac suit and an air raft. I can leave right now.
Oh yeah. Put that pistol away. I'll put my shotgun away.
How about
Oh, the air raft?
yes, the air raft? How about you guys clear out of the path between me and the air raft, and I head in that direction.
Man, come around the corner.
Okay, so you all do that. Who's going where? There's a couple different places you can go here. You just
I
pull.
want K62 to just step forward with the blade and fucking chop his fucking head off. No.
I mean, you guys could talk amongst yourselves because combat's totally an option.
We kill this pirate, man. He's a pirate. He attacked our entire convoy. Our entire reason for being here is just to save the convoy from people like this. K62 is on board just to chop him down. I'm not there though, so you guys do your thing.
I would agree to whatever he wants and then betray him. Definitely. Here's what you want, and here's what you get, and then chop him down, shoot him down, kill him, whatever.
So, of note, there's more on the ship. We've killed one guy that we know of in the airlock. We've got one guy on the bridge. And I think we said at the beginning of this there were 4 guys on board. Or potentially 4 guys on board.
That's true. You could clear the rest of the ship too.
And there's no saying that he's not going to go to some place and self-destruct the ship with all of us on it. Because even with an air raft in a known system, like his vac suit only lasts 6 hours, which means he's got to have a way to get picked up.
You're clear within 6 hours of the planet easily. Like he's not saying something that's unrealistic. He's going to get in that vac suit. He's going to take extra life support modules. He's going to fly to the planet. He's going to try to get lost. And an air raft is so tiny that he absolutely can. Everything he's just said is 100% viable.
Kill him.
Yeah, he doesn't leave. He doesn't leave alive.
All right, then you want to come on out, or do you want to go on in? I've backed around to the corner. I'm saying, like, he just wants to go. He's just a pilot.
This corner? Or
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Where's everybody else going?
Where's the air raft?
The air raft is here. He would have to come down this hallway. See, I don't want tokens.
Yeah, it's locked.
I
I'm sorry.
I don't want tokens on here because we don't have enough room for it. So you're just gonna have to point. So he's got to come out this door and around this corner and down here and in this door. Okay. If Kizik is here, then that's fine. You guys can be there too. You can also be at the airlock. You can do whatever you want. If you're worried about him blowing up the ship while you're on it, you go all the way back to your ship if you wanted.
I'm gonna go back over to this back corner.
Here. Okay.
Yep. Keeping eye out for if he's got any buddies that are coming out.
That's a wise decision. Are you going to sweep every room and just keep going? Because if you do that, this whole thing's probably going to happen while you're doing that.
I'm going to continue clearing rooms.
Okay. So common areas and these areas right here, they're not going to have locks that you can't just get past. Okay. So Ghost, you're doing K62, but remember, he does not have free will. He has to do what he's told to do.
Yeah, so mission so far was to just protect, the crew of the Perfect Stranger. So he's not going to make the decision just to cut this Varguard down. But I guess K62 will help sweep with the captain.
Okay. Follows the captain down the corridor. Kizik's here. Thodubs, what about you? It's not a trick question.
Oh, sorry, I gotta unmute myself. I apologize. So
Does help.
I am in this hallway right here.
That's where you can't be.
Well, because he's going through this way?
Yeah, because he's going through that way. Unless you're just going to stand out of sight around the corner and wait for him to come around the corner and shoot him.
Ooh. Yeah.
Because you guys had talked about that. Okay, so you're going to stand here?
Actually, yeah. And I have my shotgun, also my stunner with me. So I can do either. But yeah, that would be nice. I'd like to get him while he's kind of backing around this corner and take him out.
Okay.
Did you share this plan with anybody?
I did not. No. Well, we were talking about what we were going to do, whether we were going to let him go or whether we were going to kill him, right?
Well, he's walking down the hallway, so it's kind of time to make that decision. Both you and Kizik are in positions where you could pop around a corner and shoot him. And
I'm talking to him through there. I'm saying, hey, you're telling us about that thing. Just head on down there. Once you get in there, give us a call. And I sent him my comm info.
Okay. He has not detected Thodub's presence yet, but he's walking down the hall.
Yep. No, I'm over here. I'm going to jump out around the corner and I'm going to stun him.
Okay. Give me your attack.
So I have a roll to 5. Energy weapon is 1. Then it was education or intellect? I think it's education, right?
For attacking, it's
Yes.
dexterity.
Oh, gosh, sorry. So dexterity. So where'd my dice go?
Oh, sorry, I moved him up.
Oh, you even changed them too. So I think that was a 5, 6. So I rolled a 6.
Okay.
I've got a dexterity of 0.
What was your damage?
Was I successful with a
Mm,
6?
It doesn't actually matter.
Oh.
I would like to know what your damage is.
Gotcha. So tech level 8, 2D. Rolled a 5 on damage.
Okay. You turn around the corner. You shoot him with the stunner. The stunner causes him to reel backwards as the electronic shocks of the stunner reverberate through the walls, blowing out a couple of light panels. There's a loud clank as he's dropped something, and what is the correct terminology here? Pervasive swarm of what look like bees start attacking your vac suit out of the thing that he dropped. I need you to roll me a very difficult 12 plus vac suit check.
Okay.
Cover Henry Winkler with bees. You can do it.
Nanites, to be specific.
So I rolled a 9, got a 10, and what was the characteristic for the vac suit that we were using on that? Dexterity or strength or?
I'm gonna say it's education for this one. How's your education skill?
So education's a DM of +1, so it gets me to an 11. So 9,
So not quite there.
back to 10, and 11, unless I get a player point in there.
Not for this one. This is definitely combat. Okay, so that's 4, 8, 12, 17 damage as these swarm inside of your vac suit, burrowing holes. They're melting holes through your vac suit. And they burrow into your skin. And there's hundreds of them.
What the fuck? This Vargar just had one of these things?
No, for real, what the heck?
So, yeah, they seem to be indiscriminate, unfortunately for him. They also kill the Vargar, and they start swarming down the hall towards Kizik.
Oh, fuck.
So how much damage did I take again? I just want to make sure I get that captured.
It's 4, 8, 12, 17.
17, gotcha.
Does that reduce your endurance to 0?
Endurance is 0, and I'm into my dexterity was the next thing, right?
You're rendered unconscious because you lost all of your endurance in one round.
Okay. I'm out.
Okay. And with these things swarming through the ship and Aiden unconscious, that's the cliffhanger we're going to end on for the evening.
Oh, shit. Bum,
My
bum,
gosh,
bum.
Friggin' bees.
K62 will save you. Hopefully. Maybe. Probably not.
Most susceptible to them.
Yeah.
He'll save me. Yeah, maybe not. Well, you know.
He's like, it's like termites. He's made out of wood. It's not going to work.
Oh, gosh. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry for moving your dice.
Oh, it's all good. I went to go back, and I'm like, oh, where'd they go?
That was a super exciting road trip one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was good.
We got space squids and then squid excrement. I don't know what it was. Void matter. That's cool.
Our ship's real messed up.
Everybody needs to remember that the Raven only gets like 3 of these filters. That's it. Fuck them.
We need to figure out how much is in each of those filters too, which there's so much math to be done with that. Oh, I did roll the Raven's boarding, but you guys wouldn't know because you're in the middle. Actually, Ghost's character would have probably been monitoring the situation with the Raven.
Oh yeah. Could I figure it out?
Yep. So the Raven takes 2 casualties, but is able to board and disable the pirate ship. So they have the pirate ship in tow. They've killed both of their Vargar. these Vargar are operating out of the islands, so they are local. And they call over to say, hey, how's your boarding party going? And that's about the time you hear Aiden screaming over the comms.
Not good.
It's going that good.
All right, good cliffhanger.
It'll be fun. I just have to, figure out what to do with it. Now I have to actually plan the next episode.
Aiden, we can rebuild you.
You're going to make me better, stronger, faster.
Maybe cybernetic implants, man. Get the characteristics up.
I know, for real.
Pretty good. I'm actually quite happy with how it all turned out.
Yeah, it was a good episode. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Needed to let that pirate go.
You could have killed him so easily. Like,
So I got to tell you, it was between what I went with, which was a thing I've been playing with for a while, but kind of tipped the balance. Like the way that you guys handled that was very... I think it was very accurate in a lot of ways, because what you said was, hey, he's a pirate, and therefore scum. But also, the way that you handled it was not quite realistic to how I think one of these pirate boarding situations would have went down. If you guys were going to take the combat option, I expected you to take the combat option with you guys were all there stacked up on the door and the bridge. And I think that in a real-life boarding and pirate scenario, and I'm just guessing here, that's actually what would happen. You guys would have just taken the risk that you destroy something vital on the bridge, and you would have, stormed in there and tried to kill him with all four of you in the same spot. The whole lure him out and lie to him, and then have one player wait in ambush, which apparently we didn't completely agree on that path. I'm not sure that that's a risk that the captain would have taken, and I don't think that that's what... every player agreed was happening, because two of the players basically walked off and left the other two alone. If they'd known there was going to be combat, I don't think they would have done that.
yeah, that's correct. But at the end, yeah, I was a robot. I didn't have free will. The captain walked away.
Yeah, I get it. So
So, in the real thing, like in a real boarding action, there would be no stopping and talking. It would be kick the door down,
yeah,
murder everything in sight, move on to the next location.
yes, I don't think that would have been thing. Like when he fired the pistol through and started like negotiating, I don't think that would have been met with anything but gunfire. I'm kind of glad you did, because it gave it a little bit of interest. But
So,
yeah.
like, it's that concept of, like, from a military perspective, which we kind of are, but at the same time we're not. So that's why I went with the letting the talking thing happen instead of just kicking the door and then shooting things.
Yeah, I was a real bad military person.
It's also worth noting that either one of those options work for Traveler, so it could have worked out. And
I
that's,
only shoot you if you're a police officer.
that's where well, that's a great thing for us to end the stream on. But anyway, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna end the stream. Thanks everybody for stopping by.